Well, well, well. I'm back. When did I post? I feel like it's been a long time. How you doing, Marcus? Let's see announcements. Oh, the 15th. Oof. I am back, Aegis Zero. I know. You know why I'm back? It's because I had the idea for the end of your stream to just, like, I like tier lists, actually. And I just thought it would be fun, so, as I said, stuff happened with the bakery. We're kind of okay now. Not perfect. It was really hard. I won't get too much into it, but we needed that. I say we, the royal we. By we, I mean my family. But I was really determined because I was like, I had the idea. I started doing the work for it, getting all the games, getting, like, the box art. And you need to do it in squares, and they are not squares. So I did my best. How many a lot. But we just, I needed the time, I mean, we are doing shipping now, but we kind of need to rethink the shipping because we're doing something like the shipping, but you know what I mean, the way we ship. So, yeah, but I'm back now. Hey, buddy, on toy? I hope everyone had a good Christmas if you celebrate. Yeah, I do still plan on playing 9 Souls. Like, it's really difficult, and the next time I stream, I don't know when. It might be Saturday. It might be 2 weeks from now. Who knows, right? It'll depend because... It'll depend. But I do want to finish it because I really like the game. Like, it's really difficult, right? I nearly cried at the boat part where it's the... enemy, not even an enemy, well, it kind of was an enemy rush. Again, it just kind of felt like, hey, let's add this bit of difficult, which I feel like it is with a lot of enemy rushes when you're just kind of in a transport section, and then suddenly enemies. I don't know how I feel about it. It's another thing where it just kind of feels like artificial difficulty, but I do want to play 9 Souls because I think it's good. No spoilers for where it's going on the tier list. But long story short, yeah, I'm back. We got a lot of snow. It's actually snowing right now. We got a lot of ice, actually. Like, a lot of New York got, it was like a few days ago. I don't remember when exactly. It's like not that long ago. We got, yeah, like, I complain about snow, and I think it's not even because I hate the snow, but like, I think every time it snowed, I knew, like, I'd have to, and I don't mind, like, helping to shovel the snow, but you got all the snow, and then you had the driveway, but because the plows were always coming through the night, it was just, like, a lot to do. So the reason I think I don't like snow is just, like, always feeling like always having to do so much snow all the time because I thought about it. But it's pretty, right? Like, now we have people that do the snow, so it's not as bad. But I was like, why do I dislike the snow so much? Oh, because having to always constantly do all the shoveling, which, as I said, I never minded, but it was like the driveway was always the biggest headache in the world. You only got one. Oh, how much snow, though? I think it was like a couple days before Christmas we got snow. It was really pretty. That's at least you got some. You know what I mean? I know you really like snow. We got a lot, but yeah, as I said, we had an ice storm. No, it was a frozen rain. So the whole, because we have 2 parking lots, right? So that's scary. And like all the sidewalk was, so it's just a lot of ice and it's scary. Because generally it's just like snow, but this time it's snow and ice, so. I can't show it. Well, no, I can't show it off. I got a new Lego set for Christmas, the Orient Express. That was a lot of fun to do. It's like 4 feet long. So right now it's taking over my work table. How many pieces? Oh god, 2,540. I can try to grab it. Hold on. Let me see, cause so it felt like a lot, but like there were 23 bags, so that's about 100 or so pieces per bag. No, you know what? It's on a train track, so I can hold the train track. I can't show you the little Lego people though. There's a lot of them. I believe. Hold on. All right, you know what? Never mind. Never mind. I went to go grab it, but because the train track is also made of Lego, it felt a bit like wobbly in my hands. So I ain't. You know what? If I did it, here's the thing. Even if you say, hey, show us, I would be the one to ultimately make the decision, right? So even if you were like, hey girl, you should show us, I wouldn't be, if you laughed really hard. Yeah, I was like, I can't. But I can show you. This is what it's supposed to look like. So, it was it was really pretty. My only real knowledge about the Orient Express is when I watched Murder on the Orient Express, the David Suchet one. It was a lot of fun. My sister got me a truck from one of my favorite little gas station stores? I don't know if they're considered convenience stores. I never actually know what to call them, so I call them gas station stores. But actually, I can Google it. We actually will move on to the tier list, but it doesn't say what it is. Oh, it's a regional chain of convenience stores. Oh, that's not a good name. It's Cumberland Farms, which is like a Northeast regional chain. I can say it because it's not like a mom and pop shop. But it's called Cumberland Farms. But apparently colloquially known as Cumbies. Who the hell calls it that? I was like, if it's only in like, you know, around my area, I can't be naming. I could, but Cumby. What the fuck? Yeah, that's a weird name. Cumbies. All right, let's get this here. Let's move on. I just want to do a bit of chatter. Little update, which is, you know, snow, ice, Christmas, Legos. We kind of got things sorted and where they need to be in terms of the bakery, but it's still, there's still some things that we gotta work through. But we did need that time to kind of process Anyway, oh gosh, the dog. Anyway, let's get to the list. Okay. Woohoo! Yeah. By the way, shout out to Solely Gnome. It's a website that kind of keeps track of Twitch. So you can go through, you can look yourself up, which I did, and it keeps a list of like all the games you've streamed up to an extent. I don't remember when Solely Gnome was created, but it's really good for statistics and stuff. So it's able to look back and see what I streamed this year, look for the box art, get them all the same size. Here it is. So we have S to F, S being yellow because yellow is my favorite color, A blue because blue is my second favorite color. They did have dark blue. Like they had, well, this is more purple. Oh, I don't have my pointer. Okay, hold on. The dog's screaming. Hold on. Capture cursor. Wait, capture cursor, hello? There we go. This is like almost I like the light blue more. It's like a darker blue, but I don't love that shade of blue. I was gonna say it's more of a purple, but it doesn't look purple. It looks blue, but it's next to the pink, so I imagine it's supposed to be purple. Green for B tier, C going to the orange-ish because I like some oranges, not all of them. D is getting to red, and then F is black. F tier, honestly, is probably for the games that I just didn't finish. Well, yeah. I was gonna say not all of them are bad. There's a couple that I just never finished because we'll just put them in F tier. Although I don't think they're worth F tier, but F tier's generally for I didn't finish them. There's only one game I know is going in S tier, but other than that, I don't know. I didn't think that much about it. But that's probably the only reason I'm back, because I talked so much about, hey guys, at the end of the year, we're gonna go rate all the games I played on stream, because I thought that would be fun, you know? New Year's Eve, looking back at this year, which felt like it was honestly a tough year, but not the worst, right? Ugh, my hair is acting up though, but that's okay. That's okay. And I'm not in a directory because, it's just us, right? Like, you guys have been here for me through thick and thin, unless you guys have been, like, doing other stuff, which makes sense. But, yeah, it's just us. Cozy little stream. No one can find us unless someone raids me. So, let's start. And I also double checked to make sure that it's actually in order of when I streamed. So let's start. So Sensei, I love you so much. I thought that'd be a good game to start the year, and it also happened because I think I wanted to finish last year, and I think I'd finished year 1 with Stardew Valley. So we started the year with Sensei, I Like You So Much, a game about friendship and fanfics and fandom and the drama that happens in fandom. It was a visual novel, but because of the fanfic side, it was so much fun getting to create your favorite ship, which I just did Elk and Sebastian because, as I said, I had like come off from playing Stardew Valley where Sebastian is like S tier husbando. I thought it was pretty good. I really enjoyed it. I generally don't like visual novels because the stories are generally not really worth it to me, you know? Like, sometimes they're fine. The art's fine, but sometimes they're just, it's it's too long for not a lot of payoff. But this one actually had, I don't know if you consider it gameplay. The story was generally good. I really like the characters except for Nora. As I said, Nora, I just didn't like her, but my biggest problem with her, and I did go off about it a lot, is like, she's one of your friends, but it really felt like the story was trying really hard to be like, you know, push you towards Nora. It was very Nora-centric once she appeared on the scene, and that really stood out to me. And maybe if I liked her more, I wouldn't have minded so much, but I didn't love that it was all centered around Nora. And like the whole thing where like she was a big hater, but then she really ended up liking your stories and she decided to turn around and enter into the fandom, but then was like, oh, well, everyone hates me, even though she was actually being bitter and kind of hateful herself. I thought that was a big pain in the ass. And like, yeah, when all the other characters were introduced, there was time with them because they did want to like focus on them, but just Nora stood out not in a good way, and I thought that was annoying. And no one called her out on it. One character called her out and everyone else was like, oh, you shouldn't say that because who the fuck gives a shit, Nora? Anyway, it wasn't Entori. Despite that though, I really enjoyed Sensei I Like You So Much. I think, honestly, well, I was going to say my only complaint, but I just went off about Nora, who's catching strays, but she deserved it. But you know what? She stood her ground, despite that. So, anyway. But I think my biggest complaint was that you don't know when the story was ending. So you'd start the fanfic. You read through it line by line, so if you wanted to edit, you could. But once the story's done, you couldn't even like go through it and do any final edits. It's just, it's done and you have to post. And as someone who's been posting fanfics for many, many, many years, yes, there were a lot of years between it, but I've just been posting fanfics, so I kind of know how it goes. It's not like you read the story and then you're done, you post another thing. The game has had updates since I played, so I don't know if it's changed. But I think my biggest complaint after Nora is that once the story was done, that's it. And there was no real way to tell when the story was going to be done, so I would have liked to edit it more. Especially because not knowing how the whole story was going to be, I find it's easier to make edits once everything's mostly put together, and then you can go from there. That was a pain in the ass, but I thought it was fun all the same. I could do my favorite yaoi couple. Honestly, I have the Fujoshi tag. If you don't know what it means, look it up. You like yaoi. Sue me. Okay? A tier. I don't think it was perfect, but I really liked most of the characters. I liked the story. I liked the protagonist, actually, she was kind of annoying. I'm gonna be real. She seemed stupid. She seemed annoying. Yes, part of it was like she's young and had insecurities, but there were times where she was just such a fucking pain in the ass, but I liked the different choices you could make. A tier. It was great. If you love fanfics, it was great. If you don't, you learn to love fanfics. And I think it does a great job of, you know, creating friendships within fandoms, which I definitely have done, you know? So I thought it was pretty good. I thought she did a great job. I thought it was very realistic of fandom and like the drama within it, all that shit. I still think people take it way too seriously. I like fandom stuff. As I said, I've written fanfics for a long time. I kind of try to stay away from fandom specifically because I think a lot of people in fandom can be really fucking annoying. And it's not that serious. It's not that deep, but A tier. A tier. It was great. It was a good thing to start the year off right. So next up, by the way, I don't think this will be a whole stream. I've played 35 games. I should have wrote quick, jotted down what I wanted to talk about. But anyway, even though we put one on the list, we played 35 games this year. I didn't add all the demos, by the way, because I don't think I could talk about any of these games for a year. Like, even Binding of Isaac, I have on here, right? Love that game, have a lot of time in that game. I don't think I can even talk about Binding of Isaac for an hour. Unless I talked about every character and did a breakdown. Maybe that's what I should do. A breakdown, and one day do a Binding of Isaac tier list with every character. Lazarus would be F tier. I hate playing as Lazarus. Every other character, I think, is fine. Jacob and Esau's a little tough, but I think they're fine. And even though I've never actually... I still have no completion marks with the Lost. I actually really enjoy playing as the Lost, even though I feel like I'm not really good with him. He's very skill-based and also very specific build-based. I think you could probably win with most builds, but... Anyway. But yeah, we played 35 games this year, not counting all the demos, because I'm gonna be honest, I can't remember most of the... I remember some. I remember that one where you're in the casino, and it was like, Peggle... They keep getting Rivet in the Steam store and putting it under a new name. I don't understand why. And when someone asked on their itch.io page, they're not responding. What other demos do I remember? I definitely remember Agatha Christie's Death on the Nile. That was a pretty standout demo, but most of them, not that memorable. Anyway, moving on. Stardew Valley. What a great fucking game. You farm, there's fishing, there's mining. I also might be biased because my sister and I went to the Stardew Valley Orchestra at the end of October. That was such a good time. It was just so beautiful. Everyone was so hyped. So many people were like dressing up either as characters or as farmers, or their own farmers, or themselves in like farmer-esque clothes. It was a lot of fun. It was pretty hype. Just amazing. I've never been to an orchestra. If there was ever a if there was ever a Dark Souls orchestra, I would so be like, okay, sis, do I ask for that? Like, little things. Like, if I need to go somewhere, right? But I don't think... Maybe I do. Anyway, but I would be like, oh, please, could we go to the Dark Souls? And she would. You know why? She actually likes music from Dark. She likes, like, the art style and the music, but it's not her type of game, which, fair. It wasn't my type of game for a long time. But Stardew Valley, I've put a... How much time do I have in Stardew Valley? Like, I've put a lot of time into it. Oh my god, shut up! Sorry, there was a pop-up. Stardew Valley. Yeah, 320 hours, and I probably have 20 or so hours on my Switch. So I've had many, many farms in Stardew Valley. You go, you play the 2 years, you get Grandpa's Judgment. I'm still a little salty of the fact that apparently people can take if that Grandpa basically shit talks you if you choose to not really do much with your farm. And I was looking through what you actually need to do, and as I said, unless you choose to do absolutely nothing in the game, but Concerned Ape, I guess, made it nicer because people couldn't take that maybe they're a piece of shit. I don't think he says that. I just think he says that, like, he's disappointed and he wishes he had never given you the farm. My grandpa's really nice. So my grandpa's pretty great, not to brag. The one that's alive. Rest in peace, other grandpa. You're 7 years old, you work in the field, just go by the field. That would be so... Well, I was gonna say that'd be funny, but like, my cousin visited with her family So I spent, oh, my niece and nephew are so cute, but like my grandpa, and he would never, but if my grandpa said that to either of them, I would fight for their honor. They're so cute. But that's it. I'm just kind of salty. Like, if a video game's calling you a piece of shit, it's a video game. It's pixels on the screen. And I know I care a lot about characters, like, you know, I cared a lot for my ghoul. I say husbando, but honestly, in Fallout London, we were more like besties. But whatever, the husbando. I definitely cried a few times because I was very attached. But I don't know. Sometimes you just got to hear the truth. Anyway, played a lot of Stardew Valley. Always enjoyed it, and I think the reason I enjoyed it is because I like Harvest Moon, but I don't always love the farming aspects. Like, it is what it is. But even in my first farm, I was able to fish, and that's mostly what I did the first year. I don't think I got into farming until year 2. Still got the best score from Grandpa, but like, the characters around town are very charming. It's a great art style. Music's, I mean, great. I went to the Stardew Valley Orchestra. S tier. Stardew Valley is definitely S tier because even though once I'm done with the game, I do have to take a break because by the time I finish the farm, I'm ready to move on. I go back like maybe every year, maybe every couple years, and then I spend a whole bunch of time getting back into that world. I've never played with mods. I've never felt a need to, but I know there are a lot of pretty good mods, and the fact that Concerned Ape gives the biggest mod creators, he gives them early access to the update so that they can get their mods ready for day 1 release of the new update. That's so nice. And he doesn't have to, because games, new big updates, break mods. So yeah, Stardew Valley, S tier. How can you not? If you don't like Stardew Valley, that's fine. I don't think it's everyone's cup of tea, because some people like need games where there's always things happening. But I don't think I've ever felt, the only time I feel bored with Stardew Valley is once I've finished up with you know, getting Grandpa's score. And then at that point, I guess it's about the perfect, I don't care about a perfect farm in Stardew Valley. I know a lot of people do. I don't, never have. And I guess, honestly, there were a few times on streamers, like, I don't know what to do, because in the winter, there's not a lot to do. But I've never been bored with Stardew Valley, so S tier. I go back every time. Maybe I could actually do 1 hour for each game. No, you know what? It depends. I think I could talk more about Stardew Valley, but then getting into the nitty-gritty minutia. Do I have any complaints about Stardew Valley? I mean, there's characters I don't like, but that's like real life. There's just people around town you don't like. Lewis is such a piece of shit when it comes to Marnie, when he's like, oh, well, I'm the mayor, but I can't tell anyone because, what is it? He, like, they might look at him wrong or think that it's God, what is it? Abuse of power? Oh, God. Maybe. See, the thing is, when it comes to games I hate, I think about them so little, and I don't think there's any games I hate. There's games I don't care for, like Dead Space I didn't think was anything spectacular. I think it's a bit overrated, but that's just because I didn't like that much. I don't think, you know why? When you don't like something, like now and again, I will bring certain things up, right? But I don't spend a lot of time on things I don't like. Sometimes it comes up if it pertains to what I'm on about, but I don't know. There's better things to do with my time. I know I talked about it. The dev from Superland was playing Star Wars Jedi Survivor, and it felt like every time they posted about it, it was to kind of like poke fun at something in the game, and I just really felt like if you're not enjoying the game, just fucking put it down, right? Because not only was it, but they like tried to say something positive about their own game that they did differently, and it just really rubbed me the wrong way. But that's how I feel. Like, if you don't like something, just like move on and play something or do something you do enjoy. There's no point in letting something live rent-free in your head. Something you don't like, I should say. Yakuza and Judgment lives rent-free in my head because I allow it to. But I digress. Have a nice death. Oh, I kind of feel bad putting it in F tier. Maybe I should take away F tier. No, yeah, maybe F tier for yeah. You know why? Because otherwise, looking at the list, I don't think I'd give any of these F tier. So even though I'm putting it in F tier, it's not because I really think it's a failure of a game. It's just because I failed to finish it because I just didn't enjoy it. So Have a Nice Death is F tier because it just wasn't... It wasn't a fulfilling gameplay loop. Like, it was okay at first. I think I put... Let's check. Where's Steam? Oh, it doesn't say Steam. It says, like, it like has a weird computery name. Have a Nice Death. I put, like... It says 7.8 hours, but Steam does always add hours to it. So I'll say I put, like, 6 hours into it. Because, yeah, the gameplay loop wasn't that enjoyable. Going through each room in the game, it just felt like a slog. Sometimes, if you were lucky, you would get a health up, but you could it was basically like run through the enemies or get power-ups or something. I don't remember, because to be honest, it just wasn't that fun. Sometimes the characters were funny, but for the most part, it felt more like they were trying a little too hard to be, like, quirky and whimsical. But every single character kind of felt like that, so when it's one or two, it's fine. But, like, I didn't care about any of the characters. It felt pretty blah, and it felt pretty boring, and after a few times, I didn't want to play anymore. So it kind of wore out. It wore thin pretty quickly. I thought the art style was very cute. I don't remember the music, to be honest, but I don't remember music from most games, which is why part of me is like, I feel really bad putting it in F tier, but F tier is generally just for games I never finished. Oh my god. That would be so... And I know people do that, right? Like, fans. It feels weird calling you guys my fans, but I'm talking for, like, celebrities, right? When fans will, like, let's say Taylor Swift, because her fans can be insane, is like, I don't like Starbucks. She probably does. I don't know. But let's say she said, I don't like Starbucks because one time they got my order wrong. I just imagine so many people shitting on Starbucks because, as I said, I feel like a lot of her fans are really insane. And not just Taylor Swift. She came to mind because I know that there's like a portion of insano fans she has, but that would be so mean. And that's another thing. That's why I try to honestly... I'm Moosey, one of your followers, but I'm Moosey. We can both be Moosey. But yeah, when I'm like talking about a game, even if I don't like it, generally I've had matcha. I've never had lavender matcha. Oh, that's intriguing though. Sometimes I like matcha, sometimes I don't. I think I could do like a bit at a time, but then it's like a lie. But lavender matcha sounds kind of nice. And I bet it's really pretty looking too, like the color. I forgot Starbucks did matcha. But when I talk about games I don't like, I try not to be like, this game sucks, or no, sometimes I actually do say that, but you know, I try not to just shit on it, right? Like, I'm thinking, like when you spray something and it gets in your mouth, but because it's in the air, little bits get into ugh. Oh, what was it? I was trying the Quest milkshakes, the protein milkshakes. And it didn't taste like perfume, but it makes me think of it. It was strawberry flavored, and I like drink strawberry boost, which is really good. But it tasted kind of like when you have flavored lip gloss. Not like when you eat it, but you almost taste it in your mouth because it's lip gloss, right? And sometimes it smells good, but it tastes like the smell of lip gloss. Ugh. But yeah, I try to critique games even if I don't like them, but I try not to shit on them because, like, I would never want anyone to... Ooh, okay, hold on. I'm gonna look at it. I usually don't look at Discord during stream, but oopsies. Ugh. How do I... Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Oh, that looks kind of nice. It looks very neon and like you'll die, but then at the same time, it also looks really delicious. Hold on. Let's share it for a second. Hold on. Come on. Wait. This is not what I have on display. Oh my god. You know what? Forget it. Forget it. Forget it. I was gonna share whatever. This streaming that's not help. I just wanted to show. Okay, let's try one more time. Does it not show Discord anymore? There! Holy moly! It does look pretty good. Maybe next time I go to Target, because I have a Starbucks in there, I will check it out. Now it's... Help. I mean, this is what happens when you're live, right? Just like, and I was even talking to my mom, and I'm like, you know, I read the doc. I jokingly said, I hope I don't forget how to stream. She's like, I don't think you will. You've been streaming a long time. I really don't think you'll forget. You've only been gone for like 2 weeks or so. And I was like, oh yeah, true. I read the document. And I'm like, and the good thing is that if I have any technical difficulties, I generally know how to fix it. And then I had technical difficulties because, of course. I'm glad you came back just having a whole experience. It's not even awful. It's just I want to show it off. Mostly because I'm probably going to upload this to YouTube, you know? I hope next year will be better, honestly. We'll see. But yeah, Have a Nice Death. Unfortunately, F tier just because I didn't finish it, but it was fine. Just, they would have to do a lot of improvement. I think even the characters, because in any game, characters could be hit or miss, just, it was all too much whimsy. And I love whimsy. I love quirkiness, but like, it felt too quirky. And the gameplay loop wasn't that good, and it was just a slog to get through. And when a game feels like a slog, it's not good. It's like when you have a simulation game, but there's too much, like, minute stuff to do, and it feels like a slog. Like, I played a demo for a cafe simulator, and you had to do so many little itty-bitty things that it's like, it's not fun. It's a slog just to get through the tutorial, right? So when you get customers, and it might be timed, it's gonna be worse. So Have a Nice Death, I really wanted to love it. I really appreciated the art style, but it felt like a slog to get to the boss. And then you could kind of learn, but the bosses were randomized, so you couldn't even really learn each pattern if you die. Didn't feel that good. The plays didn't feel all that different from each other, which isn't always a bad thing, as long as even if every single run is similar, it's still fun regardless of that. And Have a Nice Death just wasn't that fun. So, moving on to The Binding of Isaac, S tier. Now we're gonna do it like that. Binding of Isaac, definitely S tier. I got it just on a whim. I explained it how, like, I was walking the dog that night, September 30th, which was, I believe, I think it was after September 30th. The Bible Thump emote was gone for good, and I was walking the dog. It was a beautiful night because it was September, and I was like, you know what? Let's get The Binding of Isaac, and let's just, like, play it to celebrate Bible Thump, because even though I had never played it, I always really liked the Bible Thump emote. And I didn't think I would like it as much as I do. And it only stands out because I don't know why the date that the emote was gone. Well, because I loved the emote. Is honestly my favorite emote. But yes, I do remember the date. I got home. I was like, hey, I'm gonna do a stream, because it was a rare nighttime stream. And I beat Mom's Foot on the second run, surprisingly. I actually probably just had a really good setup, but I have how much? I have like over 300 hours, but yeah, I have 340 hours. I actually had a really good run last night. I was trying Bethany. I wanted to go for the lamb, but then I had the chance to also get Mega Satan. So, had a really good setup, beat the lamb, beat Mega Satan, and then Delirium's portal showed up, because there's like I think at Mom's Foot and then beyond, you have a chance for Delirium's portal to show up. There's like other things that increases the chances based on, I don't remember, honestly. Delirium's portal showed up, so like, yeah, you know what? Let's go. Why not? We'll try to fight Delirium. I have a pretty good build going, and also beat Delirium. So I keep playing Binding of Isaac. It's so much fun. Sometimes I burn myself out because either greed mode, or I have too many losses and I just need a break, or then I play too much and I need to move on because I'm really good at burning myself out of games. But I think if you do initially like Binding of Isaac, you're gonna invest a lot of time. And I think also what I like about Binding of Isaac is that you get like a 2 to 4 hour window, right? Generally 2 hours, but sometimes we've gotten refunds from Steam for, even though I've like, you know, surpassed the 2-hour window or the 14-day refund, whatever. I feel like with Binding of Isaac, it's kind of easy to tell if you're actually going to end up liking it or not. I think it's one of those games where 2 hours is plenty of time to know. I'm not saying that definitively, just, you know, the game does start out pretty short, and I play very defensively, so it always takes me longer, but I don't know. The art style is very... It's like weird because it's very cutesy, but at the same time, it's like a really gross game. Generally, for the most part, because Azazel doesn't really get as dressed up as other characters do, but every time you choose a different item, kind of changes the look of the main character, which I very much appreciate. I think it's another level of cuteness and interest to see how each item plays off of each other and chooses like how Isaac looks. I think it's just a really good game. Just like there's a bit of a story, but there's no real overarching story. There is, but there's kind of not. So many different characters to choose from with generally different play styles. Like, I know everyone's like, oh, Magdalene is just like Isaac, but with more health, but I think Isaac's better once you get the D6 for him, but, you know, Magdalene is when I kind of started to get better at the game because you do get the healing. I like Magdalene more than Isaac, and I really like Isaac. As I said, I don't think there's many characters other than Lazarus that I dislike. Even the tainted characters. So yeah, I think it actually has it's a very fun game. It has a good gameplay loop. There's always things to work towards, and even that's just off the main game alone, not counting like all the 80,000 challenges you have to do, the daily challenges. Now there's an online mode, but I don't even get Repentance Plus because I've seen so many people talk about the bugs they have and all that, and to be honest, I don't really play online games. So unless the bugs get fixed, I probably won't get it, but S tier because... Do I have any complaints about it? Not really. Like, sometimes I'll play and I'll have a so-so build that lasts too long, in my opinion. Because, like, it's okay enough where I have a whole bunch of health, but, like, every other stat is just okay. And at that point, the run feels a bit sloggy. But the thing about Isaac is you can just restart the run. I have restart tied to my right analog stick, so you hold it down, it restarts the run, and I think that's nice. So you can just leave the run and start a new one pretty easily. Any complaints? I don't always agree with the hitboxes. Now and then, it feels like your little but most games are like that, where sometimes the hitbox is just like, oh no, your little pinky toe got some enemy air on it, and you took a hit. But no real complaints that I can think of. Probably in terms of gaming itself, it's my favorite game. Though Lost Judgment is still up there because I really enjoy... Sorry, the dog he keeps yapping. I lost my train of thought. Oh, yeah, it might be my favorite game. I don't know. Gameplay-wise, probably my favorite game, but, like, story-wise, Lost Judgment and Judgment are pretty high up there. But definitely S tier for me. The more you play, unless you die a lot. No, he might have to go out, honestly. He hasn't wanted to be out a lot because it's, icy out there, but he might have to go to the bathroom, so... Or it just wants attention, who knows? But he is I don't pay attention. No, you know what? I do, because he's always with me. So, like, sometimes if he wants attention, he lets me know, and then I play with him. So, I do pay attention when I play Binding of Isaac, but that is true. Sometimes I do get laser focused. Fuck, okay. That's okay. I look so cool. Alright, hold on. Okay. Cool, freeze. Alright, where is the webcam? Alright, shut that off. Deactivate. Do that. Also, I don't have my headphones on. So there's like music going, but I haven't had my headphones on at all, which is honestly okay. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. That's why. And I was like, oh, you know what? I should go for Stream Beats by Harris Heller, because even though I don't get a DMCA from Pretzel Rock, sometimes it does still get muted. And I just went for Harris Heller. Good. Alright, hold on. But yeah, he has a lot of music. I was trying to get every single one on a playlist, and I didn't even get through all the albums, but I tried. That's not what I want. Actually, how is the music sounding? Before I fix the camera. That's pretty chill. Alright. Kiryu, give me strength. Yagami, give me strength. All of them give me strength. Except you, Ichiban. Ichiban, it's not your fault that Yakuza 8 kind of fucked you over. Oh, that's too much. Hold on. Oh, this is annoying. So you can adjust the brightness, but you need to use the little slider. You can't just like put the number in, which I keep track and I have it memorized, the numbers, just as my camera freezes. Alright. Alright. What was I do? Right. Oh, is this what I was... Okay. I want to make sure I'm like... Ugh. I have it in full screen, so like you can't see the website because I think this looks nicer. So I get really confused because I can't see the time on my main monitor, so it feels like it's just a picture. So, anyway. Yeah, Binding of Isaac's S tier. And you know what? When I was thinking about it, I was like, that might be the only game that's S tier, and it might be the only reason we have S tier, but no, Stardew Valley is S tier because it's a massively popular indie game. For good reason. Like, as I said, even though I don't think it's everyone's cup of tea, Binding of Isaac is just the same. Like, I don't think it's everyone's cup of tea. It can be gross. But I think I've played it so much. Like, I was playing and my sister's like, ugh! I'm like, oh, yeah, I guess. Yeah. So, we're all fixed. Camera's all right. Binding of Isaac is in S tier, and I don't think I have anything else to say. There's always stuff to work towards, and I think that's fun. Or not fun. Well, it is just to be like, okay, well, this is what I want to do this time. I'm still working on trying to get any kind of win with the loss that actually works towards his completion marks. All right, so 24 Killers, also F tier. Like I was saying, I feel bad putting Have a Nice Death in F tier because I do think that there were some positives. I think 24 Killers actually had some positives as well. It was like a different kind of game where you go to a world, I think you just kind of crash land there, and there's all these weird characters that you have to... I don't know what it would be considered. It was fun at first. There's like all these weird, wacky characters. And I said that like Have a Nice Death, all the characters seemed like they were trying to be quirky. 24 Killers, like they were weird, but it felt natural. It really reminded me of like a weird PlayStation 1 game. I feel like these days you don't really get weird games. Like even with indie games, I feel like generally you don't get weird games because people who want to make weird games try to go too far in the weird section, and it feels more like they're trying to be weird rather than it just is weird. But 24 Killers was a weird game. In a good way, in a fun way. The problem is that at a certain point, you had to work toward getting very, very specific items, and there were really no... It never felt obvious, or it never felt natural the way you had to get things moving to, like, do the next thing. Sometimes you'd have to work towards getting certain items, getting certain kinds of money, which you can only get so much per day. So it got to a point where you're just kind of doing the same thing. There's nothing else to do, and it would have taken such a long time. And it felt like the best way to burn myself out of the game. And at that point, because it would have taken so much time, I didn't want to play anymore. Because I like to have some idea of, like, what do I have to do next, right? It doesn't have to, like, smack me in the face, but as long as it feels natural, or there's, like, some hint or something. But you had to get some item that was really expensive. You could only get so much money per day. I think there were, like, a couple ways you could increase the amount of money you got, which the developer mentioned. But it still very much felt like doing the same thing over and over and getting the money. And it's a lot of grind. I don't mind a bit of grind in games. Sometimes I think grinding can be fun. Lies of P, for example, which we do have on here, the DLC. Because I really relied on items heavily in Lies of P. So I'd grind, make money to buy them. But it felt fun. It didn't feel fun in 24 Killers. It just felt very grindy. And even if I weren't streaming the game, I think I would have felt exactly the same way. So, like, a bit of grind is fine to a point, but it's like, once you get to that thing, then there probably would have been, like, a few things to do. And then, according to people who did play and finish the game, it just would continue to be massive grind. That's not fun. That's why I never finished it, because even though the music and the characters and the art style were weird and fun, the gameplay relied heavily on grinding, or, like, getting very specific items to help with the grind. But I think the grind would have been such a pain in the ass, even if you got, like, all the items to help or multiply it. And that ain't it, honestly. So never finished it. Probably won't touch it again, because, as I said, even not streaming, it's not fun. So F tier. Wanted to love it because I think there's a lot of good to it, but the massive amount of grind it took just killed the game. So next up, a game about digging a hole. What a good fucking game. I forgot the name. Well, it was one guy from a team, and I forgot what the developers were called, but, like, one guy was on vacation. I think he was, like, the artist for the dev team, and it's, like, two guys on vacation, had an idea for a game, and then just went with it. So he was on vacation and made this game on vacation. Good for him. Someone who loves his work. Good on him. But you just dig a hole. That's it. You dig a hole, you find shit, you upgrade your shovel and other things. And then at the end of the hole, because eventually there's something, I won't spoil it, but a lot of people weren't happy about when you got to the end of the hole. And in my humble opinion, I'm going to say this. It wasn't obvious what was at the end of the hole, but I feel like if you were kind of paying attention to the little... There's, like, practically no story, right? You get, like, an idea of why you are in the situation. And if you pay attention to that and you don't just skip it, what you find at the end of the hole actually makes a lot of sense, but a lot of people are like, "Oh, it's so random. Why did you do th-" And I don't think they were being whiny. I always mention whiny gamers, but I think it's not as random as they thought. Annoying to deal with, but I thought it just I thought it was a good game. I thought it was a good game. It was a short game, but it was a fun, relaxing game. People were talking about I never dug hole. Did I? I might have. I don't really remember digging holes though. You know why? Because we had like stones in our yard, like growing up, and I remember grabbing like one of the, and they were like big stepping stones, right? Like you step on them, they're like big and they're flat. And I remember lifting one up, my sister and I, my oldest sister were outside, and I just like lifted one up, and there were all these bugs under it, and I was so grossed out. And I like put it all the way back down, and so I think after that, I wasn't about holes anymore because I didn't like bugs. But there were no bugs in a game about digging a hole. It was perfect. It was relaxing. It was chill. A lot of people were saying that they would love if there was just an endless mode because just the gameplay was so chill. Just the gameplay loop of digging and going up and selling your things and getting things and just digging. Sometimes you found treasures, which is pretty sick. So I think it was like an oddly rewarding game. I think it was like $5. I'm not mentioning prices, but it was like $5. You get a couple hours. I like chill games like that, so honestly, A tier. I don't think it's S tier because other than achievements, I honestly can't say I would probably pick, maybe I would, but you know, not a lot of gameplay loops, but almost at S. Almost, but not quite. But I thought it was quite a good game. I love the story of I'm on vacation, but I have an idea, so I'm gonna go make it. And there's other games that are clearly, you know, based off of a game about digging a hole. I think there's a lot of ones that look kind of... I don't know how to put it. Like Unity games, which can look nice. Oblivion Remaster was made with Unity. I think it's actually a very good recreation of the original Oblivion, but that's because the developers like worked hard to make it look really nice and not just like it's clearly did I say Unity? I might. If I said Unity, I meant Unreal Engine. Unreal Engine. Games can look good if they're worked on and whoever uses Unreal tries really hard to like put it within the style they're going for. But there are some digging games which are clearly just quick Unreal Engine games, which fine, I'm not saying they're bad, but there's like a certain look to them where it's just someone slapped together an Unreal game. But a game about digging a hole had its own art style, which was kind of fun, cutesy little art style. No complaints, you just dig a hole and it's fun for a couple of hours. A tier. Sighs heavily. Ender Lilies. F tier because I never finished it. It was alright. I got it because I had heard good things about it, and like the art style was really beautiful, and I love Metroidvanias, but it was another game that felt like a slog. The enemies felt really fucking powerful, and it just didn't feel that rewarding. The story it wasn't even bad, but I don't think I got far enough to really care much about the story. There was like someone trying to protect the little girl, I think. But it really felt like a slog going back and forth. The enemies felt really strong. And it wasn't fun to play. Like, a good art style and good music is all well and good, but if the gameplay itself isn't that good, a beautiful game isn't gonna fix it. The same can be said for fountains, which we do have down here. Which, spoiler alert, but not really, because I did never finish it. It's also gonna go into F tier. Like, gorgeous game. Gorgeous pixel art. The music was fine. I don't remember it, but I don't think I remember a lot of music from these games. Not because it's not memorable, but it is what it is. But Fountains was another game which I really appreciated the art style, but the gameplay just kind of killed it. But yeah, Ender Lilies did have a lot going for it, but it didn't feel good going around. You always felt super weak, or at least I did. And just it was all right, but I got sick of it pretty quickly. Actually, how much time did I put into it? Or did I refund it? Because yeah, I refunded it because I didn't play it long enough. So, I refunded it. Oh, should I make that a tier? I won't. But yeah, just Ender Lilies, I'd heard so many good things, but a lot of people also really liked and didn't see any problem whatsoever with Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii, so opinions for sure, subjective. It just didn't feel that good. Oh, and you know what? A bunch of enemies. It's like, sometimes I didn't want to fight them, so I just kind of try and move on, but then all the enemies are always chasing you. So not only did it feel like a slog, it almost felt like if you wanted to get through to like go from point A to point B, if you had to go back and forth for some reason or another. I wanted to level up more because I just didn't feel strong enough for certain enemies. Just going through one screen felt like you could die because the enemies, if I remember, just felt very spongy and it wasn't that great, honestly. Is what it is. Tales from Candle. I think it's Tales from Candleworth. They're kind of small, honestly, but Tales from Candleworth was a puzzle game, which I played the demo for and really enjoyed. But then I played the full game and I did not understand many of the puzzles. I tried looking up a walkthrough and I couldn't find any of the stuff the walkthrough was looking or talking about. And I just gave up. I should stop playing puzzle games, honestly. Thankfully, no one came in to tell me immediately how to, like, finish a puzzle, which is another reason I honestly don't stream puzzle games that much, is because just some people make it not fun because they barely even give you time before they come in and they just tell you how to finish it. Not even ask, just tell you. But I tried to do every puzzle. Yeah. And I say all the time, like, I know it comes from, like, them wanting to help, but at the same time, when they ask, that's fine. They ask, hey, do you want some help? Because I see you're struggling. Fine. That's fine. Ask. But thankfully, I think it's too small of a puzzle game. I bet the blueprints, you'd probably get a bunch of the people telling you how to do it, but I'm going on about it because you know what? I did say earlier, I don't spend too much time talking about things I dislike because, like, my time could be better spent elsewhere, but sometimes I just like being on my soapbox. And it's fun shitting on Twitch viewer. Not all of them. You guys are great. But, you know, just you do know. That's why you stay, for the really nice soapboxes. But Tales of Candleworth, I really wanted to like it. Your grandma basically leaves for some reason. I don't remember why. I don't think you even know. I say I don't remember why, but I think it's one of those things where, like, you'd figure it out if you played more. But I just could not figure any of the puzzles out, and I was like, whatever, I don't want to play anymore, I'm over it. So actually, Ender Lilies and Tales from Candleworth, I played on the same day, and I didn't like either. Which always sucks. When it just I don't know, because I try to have fun, right? Like, that's what keeps me going is, like, I have fun streaming, I have fun yapping, I have fun playing my game and talking about it. But, like, the rare times where I'm like, oh god, that wasn't a good stream, is, like, days where I just hate all the games I'm playing, which doesn't happen often. Maybe during Steam Next Fests, but that is part and parcel of a Steam Next Fest. You're not going to love every demo. But even that I feel better about because I kind of know it. But F tier because I never finished it and I also refunded that too. What would that go to? Specifically games I refunded. The thing is, all the games I never finished. This sounds horrible, but actually it sounds horrible, but it's not because people refund even if they finished a game, enjoyed it, but it was under 2 hours. I refund it if I don't enjoy it, and I'm never gonna go back. I'm better. But if I didn't play some of these games past the refund window, I definitely just would have refunded it. Sorry, devs. I do know, like, indie devs could use the money, but guess what? I could too. I ain't rich. Sue me. Okay, so, Drova. Drova was a hard game. Drova was a really hard game. I enjoyed Drova. It was a hard game, though. To get the true ending, you had to, like, do a bunch of stuff. You had to blah, 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 blah. Like, I think you had to do every single side quest, and you had to... There was a lot to it. Because I looked into it. And as I said, I both love and I don't love when there's different endings. But it is what it is. I think some games actually works better than others. For Drova, I actually understand why you need to do fucking everything for the true ending. But then there's games like Stigmatized Property, where the only way to get the good ending is you need to find like 4 different shrines to pray at or something. And they're like in little nooks and crannies, right? You have to go out of your way, and that feels kind of like, Like, I kind of understand why, but I feel like all the games from those developers, which Chilla Art, I feel like every single one of their games is like, 2 different endings or what? I don't know. Anyway, Drova, pretty hard, but enjoyable. Although it does get to a point where, like, you have to choose between, I think, 2 sides. There's a point where I thought you could choose between a 3rd side. Maybe I should just talk. If I'm reading them, I can give spoilers for these games, right? There's forest people. And they like believe in the boar gods or whatever, and there's baby boars, and they're just like, whatever. I thought I could join them, like, as a 3rd option. You can't. The game really makes it seem like you can, but, like, no matter what, you kind of stay with them for a bit. You can, like, say things to them, but then no matter what, you, like, have to leave them, and bad things happen, and they all shit on you. I don't think any of these games were 2025. Or, no, some of them were made in 2025 now that I'm looking through them. But, oh, I meant to... It's fine, I can still talk about it at the end. I was gonna say I meant to talk about my personal 2025 Game of the Year, which I'm not sure would even count, but because of technicalities, I think I can make it count, because I think the Game Awards... There was one game they had, I think it was a candidate for Game of the Year, even though it technically didn't come out that year. But there was, like, some technical reason why, and I'm using it for my Game of the Year. Which is Rise of the Ronin, by the way. It technically came out last year, but it came to Steam March 10th of this year, so I'm counting it as my Game of the Year 2025. I'm gonna use that as my technicality. I love Rise of the Ronin. I love the gameplay. I love Team Ninja games. Yeah, it was like a retelling of fucking old Japanese, whatever, but it was really good. It was really fun. So, my 2025 Game of the Year, Rise of the Ronin. Loved it. Drova. At a point, I was like, oh, no matter which side I take, they're both gonna be the same no matter what. Maybe like different, vaguely in their beliefs, but I think it's gonna end up the same no matter what. And that is kind of what ends up happening. One fights the other, and then you come together because you're all fighting for the same thing, even or some dumb bullshit like that. But I thought it was fun. Clearly because I kept going even though it felt really, really difficult. I'm gonna be honest, even though I played it at the same time, I'm like, God, what actually happened in Drova? I don't know, to be honest. I'm gonna say B tier though. Because yes, it was difficult, but I don't think it's C tier. I don't think it's A tier either. I think it was kind of disappointing you couldn't join in with the forest people. I kind of understand why, but at the same time, it felt like at a point it railroaded certain things just so they would happen, and yeah, the game really made it feel like you could do one thing and then you couldn't. You couldn't really warn them about certain things that you knew was going to happen, which I thought was kind of annoying, which is why I feel like at some point it railroads the story to turn a certain way. And then I think I started thinking less of the game because of it. And it's not the only game that's done it. There's other games too where I feel like certain things happen a very specific way so that the story can like do a thing. And I know like the writers, they want things to happen a certain way, but I think there's ways to make it so like it feels like the story can only go one way, right? Like it's a game where you make these specific choices and it affects how characters react to you. You make certain choices and it affects if characters live or die. Like there was the one lady, and I think she didn't want to go back to the first area you run into because she didn't want people to think she was weak or something. And you like ask some guy for advice on fixing, I think she got poisoned by bugs or something, I don't remember. And because of the choices I made, she died. So it was very much, in some ways, a game about like the choices affect the outcome of the game. But the problem with that is, as I said, the game just steamrolls you to happen one way, and you know, it was after that point where I started feeling a bit negatively towards the game, but still went because I want to know what happened. But pretty good. There were like different weapons, I think. So I'll be honest, one of the things is that what was it? Oh, on YouTube, someone commented that like I had a stronger weapon that I never equipped. And I think it's really hard to lose track of like the shit you have, to be quite honest. B tier, I don't know. I don't think it was C tier. I think the first half was pretty good. I think at a certain point when you like have to choose which faction to join, you start realizing that it's gonna be shit no matter what, and you can't really make a difference to anything that's happening, which, as I said, because the game has a thing where it's like your choices shape how the story goes, you can't really shape how things go, which happens in life too, but B tier. I don't know. B tier. I'm pretty happy with that. I don't think it's quite C tier, because even though it felt a little disappointing at a certain point, like, generally I enjoyed the game, even if there were, like, little things that were kind of annoying, you know what I mean? Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic. I started on Star Wars Day. It was all right. I think I had to like put a couple mods up to make sure it worked properly. I could get it full screen. Was there one for... No, I think you'd play it on controller regardless, because I think it was on consoles. A lot of the big characters I didn't quite care about. Like, I forget the name of the main character. Apparently, canonically, like, the main character and her fall in love and have kids, which is stupid, because, like, I thought she was such a pain in the ass and so annoying, and I thought it was pretty convenient that her powers only worked except when, oh no, these things happen, so her super special powers didn't work, because of course they didn't, because... whatever. The main guy who saves you is also... who cares, but I brought him anyway because at that point, like, I felt like I learned so much. I wanted to see how his personal story ended. He was whatever. The side quests were pretty good, I'll say. A lot of the no, there was the furry guy, not Ewok. Whatever Chewie was. I forget the name. Sorry, nerds. He was pretty cool. He just growled and shit. I fought for his honor, and I was always arguing for his honor. I thought his story was actually quite good, and the different choices you could make that... I don't know if you could actually get him killed. You probably could. I thought he was fun. The... Jedi you meet in the same area. I forgot his name. I'm sorry. I liked him even though I never used him in my party. I think some of the optional characters are actually way better. Not optional, but you want to know what actually got me, I think? I'm gonna say it. I think this game's C tier. It was fine. But once you get a lightsaber, the game really assumes you're gonna go all in on the lightsaber, and I think that's really bad planning. Cause I forgot who the main boss was. But I always go for like ranged weapons and stuff. Apparently it's not what you do. Apparently you go all in with your lightsaber because... I mean, they're cool, but also, like, I don't give a shit about lightsabers, but I also don't really give a shit about Star Wars. Oh, you know what? I play this because BioWare made it. And they make good games. And it was fine, right? But, like, the main character, whatever, I didn't care about whether she lived or died, to be quite honest. That's always sucked if you're taking... Yeah! That's why! If you take range skills, it, like, works at first, but then the fact that, like, it's actually not that good at the end because they just, like, assume you'll go for it is really bad planning. Just, like, let the game level you up, which I think actually is an option, but, like, don't make it the leveling up kind of... I don't want to say open-ended. I don't know the right word, but, like, don't make it open-ended if you just, you know, want the player to go one way. I really hope the second one's better than that, because that really pissed me off. And Marcus, I do think you did kind of mention something about that. Like, not that it's a waste, but I think you were kind of implying it. I still beat him because I think I ran around the whole thing. I'm not playing the second game. Thank God it was only 2. That's so stupid, though. Like, the first game, fine. I'm gonna put it in C tier. The side quests were fine. The main quest where it's like, oh, well, actually, the Jedi aren't right. No shit. But, I wish I could put it in between. I don't think it's quite B tier because that, honestly... is stupid. It's such bad planning. The main story was forever. I think that I I didn't quite agree with them. Like, some of the things some of the characters were talking about, I did agree that, like, I could understand why they didn't quite believe in the Jedi, because, like, so many of them were like, we should wait on it, and we should see what happens, and, like, that shit was happening because it was very... whatever, right? But, like, it does suck that all these Padawan are, like, trained a certain way, so they might not be able to, like, from an outsider's perspective, you could see how the Jedi are not perfect, but neither are the bad guys. But, like, I think they're both, you know, but no in between, apparently. Either you're on the light side, you're on the dark side, which I know that's the rules of Star Wars, but whatever. Didn't care that much about apparently the love interest, to be quite honest. Which is why the fact that they make it canon that like the main character falls in love and marries her and has kids is really stupid, because Marcus, I think you mentioned that, like, God, what is it you said? It was a long time ago. True gray area, even though some fall into that range. That's why, like, I'm very much like a gray area kind of person, where even if I don't agree with the dark side, in some ways I can understand their point, even if they do go too far and they do turn violent because of that point. But no wonder that guy lived in the fort. What was that guy's name? Wait, why isn't this... Am I in... Why? Alright, hold on. Oh, because it's the same window. That's annoying. Okay, hold on. What was his name? You go to Kashyyyk and you meet a guy who was a Jedi. And Jolie, yes, thank you. Yeah, he was great, and it felt like he was very, like, gray area, because he, like, wasn't all about the Jedi, even though he was a Jedi. So he was great. I agreed with him a lot. I should have taken him instead of that stupid-ass guy that helps you with the sun and whatever. Yeah, Jolie was great. I loved him. And then that guy with the gray hair, the Mandalorian, he was great, too. I should have brought them. But yeah, Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic was just alright. The main story was kind of whatever. The whole reveal that What's-Her-Face betrays you was whatever. Because again, the game didn't do much to make me care about her. And I know part of it is that I just never talked to her enough to learn more. But I think you should honestly, if a character is that important to the plot, you should do something to make the player care. Oh, I remember what you said, Marcus. You were like, you know, the game assumes, like, because she's kind of a waifu or female character, like, a lot of gamers would love her just for that, which is true. But yeah, it's C tier. And just, I didn't care about the main stuff. Side quests were great. But main story, kind of whatever. It's not that high on the list. It's not D tier because I think there were some good things. I mean, it was a bit clunky, but considering it was made in what, 2002 or something, it's gonna be clunky. But it wasn't that great. It was great, but it wasn't all at the same time. I don't think it wasn't. I'm torn. C tier. Yeah. You know. Even, oh god, that character who was a kid. She was like 15. I thought she was really annoying at first, but I really came around because she was actually very sweet and very like, you know, not false happy, but I think she was always trying to stay positive, and I thought that was very sweet. So, main story, was that her name? I'm gonna trust you. I feel like that wasn't her name, but like, I also didn't remember Jolie. You do? I'm like, oh yeah, that one character. That character's name was actually Oopie Doopie, and they came from the planet of, oh, Zalbar! Okay, Vet and Zalbar. Okay, yes. Isn't something like, can't you get her killed or something? Yeah, Zalbar the Wook. I love these characters. The only one actually, did I remember any? I didn't remember any of their names. Yeah, that's how much it meant to me. I couldn't remember any of them, even though Zalbar and like Jolie were probably my favorite characters. And Canderous. Which you wouldn't know because I brought that stupid pilot guy. Oh my, that's fucked up. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, C tier. Some of the quests just it was just alright. I think there was good to it, but I think all the main stuff just felt whatever. I think there was a point. I don't know. I liked you could like clearly do different things in different ways. Like clearly I didn't make Zalbar kill Vet. That's really fucked up. But, you know what? For, like, the time it came out, like, all the different things you could do, I think it was a pretty good game. I didn't care for it. I don't know if I would have cared for it more if I was big into Star Wars. But I don't think so, because, like, even the past two Yakuza games, even though I love the series, I wasn't that into them. So I remember someone saying that the reason Star Wars games are so hyped up is literally because of the fanboys, and I agree with that. Like, I try to remain objective when I play these games. I thought Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic was, like, pretty good, but I think at some point I was just ready for it to be over. Okay, yeah, and that makes sense, right? Like, you know, you're a big fan, and even if you consume it, if it's shit, you'll be like, nah, it wasn't that good. But I don't think, even though you'll consume it, I don't think you'll, like, look at all of it with rose-tinted glasses. So, and now knowing that the second game also, like, assumes you're just gonna go straight up lightsaber, that's, I don't know if I want to play it now. Just because of that. And sometimes I do feel like the choices they had for you, sometimes I didn't like a lot of the choices, like, at all. So oh my god, the dog won't stop. I think I'm the only one in the house, and I think that's why. Yeah, I think it had a lot of good to it. I do think that for the time, it just, you know, doing things differently changes the outcome, but I didn't love it. And I loved the Jedi games, right? So, like, Survivor and Fallen Order, I would definitely put into A tier. But, it was just alright. It wasn't anything deep. And not all games have to be deep, but I'll be right back. Why? Because you're announcing your resignation because I said Star Wars was C tier, or this particular Star Wars game? How dare. Leave! Even though I've shit on Star Wars in the past, now you've had visual proof. I almost hit the back button and I would cry because that would reset all of this. Alright, anyway, I don't like Star Wars, but let's go and talk about it for 20 minutes, which is the point, right? But yeah, I think C tier. I think if I cared more about the main story and just other things, but side quests were great. The leveling up was okay, but I hate that they really assume you're going to use your lightsabers. The last battle was really funny. I'm glad that someone explained, here's how you do it if you didn't go in lightsabers. But that's a really bad call from the development team, to be quite honest. And I hate that they did it for the second game as well. And I hate that they canonically decided, like, the main character and the main heroine or whatever are just in love, because she wasn't that interesting. I understood her plight and why she turned to the dark side, kinda, but, like, I didn't care. Sue me. If Jolie had turned to the dark side, I would have been very upset. If Zalbar had turned to the dark side, I would have been upset, but whatever. The character creator was kind of fun, though. Alright, so moving on. Cathy Rain 2 Soothsayer. I love Cathy Rain. Although in some ways, I feel like as a character, she took a step backwards. Because, like, in the first game, she's strong-willed. She speaks her mind, right? But, like, she's edgy. And not, like, in the bad, like, edgelord way, but she's, like, edgy. She's very self-reliant. And she's kind of annoying. But she kind of grows throughout the game. And I feel like she took a step backward in the second game. Like, I think she's edgy naturally, but there were some times where she was just, like, being an ass because she's young and just kind of a little bit of an edgelord. But she kind of moves beyond it because it's her defense mechanism, right? In the second game, it just kind of felt like she fell back onto that. Not in a way that destroyed her character, but in a way that's like, you know, I really appreciate the fact that I could go from, okay, Cathy's like kind of a pain in the ass to, oh, I really like Cathy. I'm glad she's like kind of grown from who she was and not just being so sarcastically jokey about everything because it's her defense mechanism. But then it was back to that. And it felt like the reason she was back to that was to go on about how, like, she feels like everyone leaves her and all that. So, you know, it feels like Cathy took a step backwards. But I thought the art improved. It was kind of generally in the same, I guess, feel of Cathy Rain, right? Which you always hope works, or always hope happens in a sequel, which it did. They did a great job with a lot of the side characters. I was kind of sad, like, there was no more Lenny, there was no more, I forgot the name of the, I don't know if he's homeless, and I forgot his name. It might have been Frank. In the first game, he kind of helps you out with stuff. They were in it, but Cathy's in a whole new area. But her roommate, whose name I forgot, the redhead, was there, and for a while Cathy had her own agency, but it went bad. Which they don't actually ever fully explain what happened between Kathy and her bestie. Just like her bestie left, I think Kathy, I don't remember, to be quite honest. I don't think it was actually very well explained. It was kind of implied, but not in a way that felt like it really answered the question. So generally, it was very interesting to a point. Because then it fell back into what they did in the first game, which was very, like, metaphysical and psychological, vaguely magical. I don't want to say magical, but it felt very unsatisfying because of it. And I know they want to tie it together because of the first game. It felt very rushed and a bit disappointing, though. Like, there's one character that gets killed, but you never actually figure out why she had to die. There's like two killers, and it's like, oh, well, the one killed because he got angry because he hates women, But it felt a bit lazy. I don't like to say that. I don't think they meant it to be lazy, and one of the devs did even say that it was a bit rushed at that point. It just felt very disappointing that it was all the same stuff from the first game, and it did feel like in the first game, like, all that magical metaphysical stuff was over with, but no, it's brought back, and it didn't feel... It fell short at that point, because, like, the thriller stuff was great, and then it was all, you know, but I definitely think well, I might have missed some things, to be fair. Like, people were talking about, there were little hints that it was going to be that way, which I think I completely missed. But I hate how it felt very rooted in reality. And then the super magical whatever. I felt like Tom, the librarian guy, was just kind of thrown into the game, and suddenly he's like a big ally out of nowhere, and just everyone trusts him. I didn't understand that. To be fair, it was kind of when it was starting to introduce you into the metaphysical part of the game. It just wasn't done particularly well. I wish they had just the dog's barking, so I can't keep my train of thought, and I apologize. Yeah, it was just very disappointing by the end. That it just felt like it was the same as the first game, except more relevant to whatever was going on in the second game. And I don't think it actually truly explained why all the characters had to die. Like, all had to do with Kathy and her insecurities and whatever, and the bad guy was like, oh, the mirror version of her, but I don't know. It really put a bad taste in my mouth by the end, though, and it felt very disappointing, which I think is worse. Like, when a game is just kind of bad and it stays like that, it sucks when it's like so-so. But I thought the game was quite good until day 5 or 6, when the stupid librarian comes along and everything wraps up a little too nice. It doesn't, because, like, Kathy gets evicted because she couldn't, you know, keep things going. It never, I don't remember if it explains why her detective agency ended up failing. I guess, like, she was starting to, like, drink too much, but I think the reason she was drinking was because the detective agency was failing, and her bestie would get into arguments over it because Kathy was just very stubborn and refusing to listen, which is why I think she definitely took a step back from the first game. Because Kathy kind of started laying down her walls. Her best friend was such a pain in the ass in the first game. When Kathy, like, opens up about having an abortion because she wasn't really in a place where she wanted a kid. I think even though she didn't want the kid, she also wasn't really in a place that she could properly, like, care for it because she felt like she herself was too messed up and she couldn't give it any kind of good life, so she, like, ended up getting an abortion, but it was very traumatic for her. And the best friend is like, well, it's not what God would have wanted, and you're sinning, and you're the worst. I don't remember. It was part of the director's cut. In the original, the best friend, they, like, don't have that moment. And I didn't like the best friend because she's very religious, right? She's, like, a Christian, I think. And I get it, but it's like, even as a person, even if your religion doesn't agree with it, you could still, like, empathize and be like, even though God considers it a sin, I'm so sorry you had to go through that because I'm sure it's really traumatic. It didn't look good for the friend at all. But I digress. But they clearly got through it. They became good friends. And I feel like the reason Kathy was so stubborn was specifically so everything can fall into the certain place to explain what happens in the second game. But despite the disappointing... I don't even want to say the ending was disappointing because I thought the ending was kind of sweet. Kathy, like, goes to her bestie's house and her bestie takes her and her cat in. And then there's the funeral for Kathy's old mentor who was killed, which did I cry? I might have. I don't remember. So that was, except he leaves everything to her, right? Like, he has kids and you don't really know about the kids. I think you see a picture of, like, the guy and his kids when they were little. But then Kathy snarks about how they're all assholes anyway, which Kathy's an asshole herself in the second game, so who knows? But then he loved her so much and thought of her like a daughter, so he gives her everything. I thought that was kind of lame, to be quite honest. And I do like a nice ending, but the metaphysical stuff, which is just the same old from game one, tying into the second game, was... not that good, to be honest. Like, it was okay, but it just felt like same old, right? Like, the Crimson Man comes back, whatever. So I'll be right back. I can't keep a train of thought, and I really want to. It's right because no one else is in the house right now, so just, it is what it is. But he's with me now. So yeah, Kathy Rain was pretty good, very interesting, very, like, you know, good, great thriller. I thought the gameplay, as I said, was very much a step up. The puzzles didn't feel... No, even in the first game, the puzzles didn't feel really out of place. Although there was one, you have to help the preacher fix his car. And he leaves kind of vague instructions, kinda. And that puzzle felt like a pain in the ass, because I think if you, like, didn't do something right, you had to go a few steps back, and it was... That's the only puzzle I remember, like, being very annoyed with. But other than that, it felt very much more like detective work, which was nice. So art style was better. I think the gameplay was better. The characters were all characters, right? I don't think there was one bad character. There was Tom. Tom wasn't even a bad character. It's just, I think they could have done more with him. There was an ex-boyfriend character that I didn't care that much. All right, he was the only bad character. I didn't care that much about him, to be quite honest. He was a pain in the ass. And even, I think Kathy, like, strung him along because she would, like... If I remember, I think he was, like, a police officer. And he was into her. She wasn't into him. I think they dated in high school. And she would, like, string him along because she would need police information. And he was like, going off like, oh, you strung me along. And I think he does something which he even tells Kathy, this can really get me in trouble. He chooses to do it anyway, and then he comes to her and just gets upset because he got in trouble, which he said was gonna happen anyway. I don't remember if... I don't think she did force him to do it, but honestly, I didn't feel bad for him. Like, she even admits, like, it was wrong of her to string him along and just kind of use him like that. And there's a point where she's like, I use everyone because some insecurity or whatever. I say whatever, but you know what I mean? Like, it came off as a little self-pitying, but, like, not in a way where it was, like, selfish self-pitying. Like, sometimes you have a bit of self-pity because shit's happening. But... yeah, I didn't care for the police guy, and then you never find out what happens to him. I think if the metaphysical stuff happened and somehow, like, he was a conduit for the Crimson Man, that would have made more sense because you would have trusted him more than fucking Tom, who you meet a bit at the beginning because he's the librarian, and then he doesn't come back, and as I said, everyone just trusts him. But... other than that, you know what? I'll give it B tier. A tier, no, because the ending was shit, but generally I enjoyed it until that part. So it's not C tier, even though I probably complained a lot. Without a Dawn, I wanted to like it. It was by Jesse Mackinnon. It was a visual novel about a girl whose name I don't remember. And she was really depressed and she can't sleep. Things are keeping her up. She has these weird dreams. You don't know why she's depressed. The game doesn't explain it. It's very surface in terms of the themes and the messages it's trying to send. I'll be honest, I didn't care for the character at all because there was really not enough to go off of to make me care. Like, I don't need to relate to her, right? Like, I don't remember where I read it, but someone was talking about, like, so much media is trying so hard to be relatable that good stories aren't always necessarily being told, and I agree. Like, I don't need to relate to every single piece of media because that doesn't always make for a good story, but I think you can relate to something if you don't relate to it. Like, if it's good enough, you can just, like, you're there. It's almost like you're there, and anyway. But they didn't build a lot on the character, which is why I think her depression and her spiraling just felt very surface, because it's like she hears something at the window and you can choose to, like, stay in bed, but either way you're always forced to go check or something. And there are points in the game where you can make choices to do certain things, but the game does always force you to make a very specific choice. And I think that did kind of hurt it a lot, because that's what the game wanted, I suppose. So I think I would have minded a little less if the game just didn't give you options and it just told the story. I still think it would have felt very surface. There was a point where you go through your phone and she finds, like, pictures of her friends. A time where she talks about she was, like, way happier, and she sees her dog, which I think is, like, her old dog. I think the dog dies, and I think I said that's one thing where we can see why she's so depressed. I don't think the whole thing, but, like, it was a little look as to why she's so depressed and she can't sleep. But you never get a look within. She never has a look within. There's no introspection, no idea to say this is why this is happening. And it just felt quite surface. All these weird things are happening. I think there's, like, birds or some shit, and she finds a box, but her phone is in the box. How did you know what I mean? Like, even Jesse, when he was marketing it, talked about it was like a deep, I don't know what exactly he would say, but it was like a look into emotional... basically, like, he was saying it was a deep game about, like, emotional and depression and, like, trauma and all. I don't remember if trauma was a thing. I don't remember. But I And when you're a dev, you do have to, like, really sell it, but he oversold it because even though I know what he was trying to go with and the themes of the game, and the depression and how you can spiral and just everything, like, when it feels like it'll never get better. I get that, you know, but it felt very surface, and I felt like it was trying to tell a story about it, but never really going that deep into the character, which I didn't really sympathize with because there was no reason for me to care. I felt like it never got better. There's like this one character, there was like some stuff about OCD, I think, but I don't think it told the story particularly well. It felt like things just happened. You don't really have much agency. It didn't go deep into what I think could have been more about like spiraling thoughts, depression, what it does to you emotionally, how it changes you as a person. The sleepless nights because the thoughts just never end. I think it could have been quite a good look, but it never went that deep. So it was just all right. The art style was fine, but it just felt like I was tugged into the journey, but it wasn't a particularly... I didn't care about any of it, to be quite honest, at all. I was kind of happy when it ended. I didn't refund it. I know I said generally when I don't like games, I tend to refund it. I didn't refund it because generally I like Jesse's games, but this one just, it wasn't that good in my opinion. It told a story, but I really think the story could have been way better than what it was. I think he should have taken more time. I think it was like an hour and a half to play, probably. My first run was, I think, 70 to 80 minutes. The second run to get like one more achievement was way less because I just clicked through everything. I don't think it necessarily, as I said, needed to give you a choice because, as I said, it just kind of railroads you into doing one thing anyway. Which, as I said, for a visual novel, that's just what happens. You're reading through the story, whatever. But it was just not deep with any of it. I didn't care about any of it, even though you would think it would be right down my alley because, you know, in a perfect scenario, I think I could have really understood and related a lot to the main character. But so much of the reasoning behind how she ended up where she was never explained or implied, except for, as I said, she mentions like her childhood dog dying and that really upset her. But I think dog dying, even if it's the start of a spiral, the spiral usually is because there's other shit going and the dog was just the final nail in the coffin. So I wasn't into it at all. I wanted to be into it. I think it definitely could have done more. I think if he took more time to get into the character and explain more and make us, like, just give us more information about anything, it could have been better. I have to give it D tier. I hate to do that, but I just never enjoyed my time with it. I think there was maybe one puzzle that felt kind of good. I don't know. I don't remember every bit, but like sometimes I'm like, I don't remember. I feel like I remember Without a Dawn, but not in a good way. Art style was fine. I did like the, you know, sound effects. I thought the sound effects were very well done. But, I didn't care about the main character at all. And it's all about her and what she's going through. And when you don't care and you're just brought along for the ride reluctantly, I say reluctantly because I'm the one who chose to play it, but, you know, it never got better and I never cared. Which, I don't think it was a good deep dive into, like, any of... I don't think he told the story well. Sorry, Jesse. I'm a big fan. I don't think he told the story particularly well. It wasn't that deep. And I should have been able to relate to her a lot because, as I said, like, I can get into a depressive spiral and I could just be super down. And even now, these days, I'm trying to rise, like, above it because I've just definitely not been in a great place for, like, quite some time now, but I just didn't care for her plight, and I really wanted to because I do feel kind of mean saying that, but I just wish he could have gone a little deeper into whatever she was going through. We don't need every single minute of her life, but just some idea of why she ended up that way. But D tier. Not that great. So, House Flipper 2. I really liked it. I remember playing the demo, and I didn't like it at all. I thought the user interface felt clunky, and it felt like it felt clunky because switching between anything felt like it took forever. Everything felt overwhelming, and I don't think I even got past, like, the basic tutorial because it felt overwhelming, and I didn't like the clunky user interface, and it didn't feel good. House Flipper, for all its bugs, felt fun immediately because I like games like that where you're just, like, cleaning shit up and doing little things. You do then decorate houses and whatever, but I hated the demo. I remember closing out of it and being like, oh, what a shame, because I thought I would really like it, but I believe it was part of a Humble Monthly, and I knew at the very least, like, my sister would enjoy it, but I streamed it, and I never finished the game, but I think I moved on to something else. I might need a break to refill my water. Fuck. Yeah, I liked it. I think they definitely took the feedback, because I remember a lot of people were saying, like, it didn't feel better than the second game because it is just a sequel, but it's kind of more or less more House Flipper, right? I think they made it so you could be a little more creative with building in terms of, like, walls and stuff. You could, like, in the first game, yes, you could split rooms into 2 rooms, but I think House Flipper 2 lets you be a little more creative. There were some things missing, but did it come out? I think it came out this year. I mean, I enjoyed it. You know, it's just more House Flipper, and I really enjoy A tier. I don't remember running into any bugs. I think it did a way better job, because one of the things about House Flipper 1 is, like, let's say you're trying to clean up the dirt, and you're 99% of the way there, and there's one little speck of dirt, but because of the way it was done, you would never know, because you'd clean it up enough that it didn't show up, but not so much that it was completely gone. No, I just thought it was good. I stopped playing because, as I said, I moved on to other games, but, like, not because I disliked it. I just haven't gone back because, you know, I play one game and then I move on to another game, and then things happen. Maybe I'll get back to it, maybe I won't, but I definitely think it was A tier. Had a good time with it. It definitely doesn't have all the bells and whistles that the original House Flipper has. Like, my sister, one of her favorite parts of House Flipper was the gardening aspect, and she's really hoping that there's gardening stuff as time goes on. There's, like, a bit, but it's not as much. We'll see. I just remember reading, there was an old lady who was, like, I don't know, mid-60s, and she talked about really loving the gardening aspect of the first game, so she really hoped it would be there for the second game, because she's like, because I don't know if I'll be around in a few years if they don't create the DLC. She didn't say it like, you know, they better make it, just sad, like, what if I'm not around by the time they do, if they make a gardening thing, and I thought that was kind of sad, and it's gonna stay with me forever. But House Flipper 2, I thought was great. I liked some of the items. I liked the place. I thought it was great. The only thing that really bugged me, and it was nothing with the game, it was me, There were too many bags of chips that weren't at, like, they'd be half full bags of chips that people would just leave around for you to throw out when it was such a big waste of food. People would leave slices of pizza that you need to throw out. What a waste of food. But that's more me than, like, the game. That's just me getting pissy because it feels like a big amount of food waste, you know? Like, who does that? Like, a couple chips in the bag, fine, whatever, if they're all, like, broken up and stuff, but whatever. I thought it was a good game. I can't remember many complaints. I did, like, several streams of it and then moved on. But still pretty good. I'm getting tired. Pipistrello and the Cursed Yo-Yo. I really liked it. It was a good homage to, like, older Game Boy games, which I think some games try to do. And in terms of, like, the art style of Game Boy, it's I don't want to say it's easy, but I think it's pretty easy to emulate that look because so many games do it. But I think it's harder to, like, emulate the feeling, which a lot of games try to do, but they don't quite hit the mark. But I think with Pipistrello, they hit the mark of it feeling like an old, like, Game Boy Advance game. You're a kid, you love yo-yoing. I think does he skate? No, I think he rides on the yo-yo. His aunt is, like, some mafia boss, and she has, like, angry employees that turn against her because she's super evil, kinda. Or she's, like, made life worse in the city. But Pipistrello, it was pretty good. There were a lot of, like, I don't even want to call them challenges, but there were some puzzles where you had to have specific tricks, which is, like, replayability or going back to areas. But there was a lot of yo-yo stuff to do, right? But for me, it felt like it got to a point where there were too many things to do and, like, too many buttons, where sometimes I would try to do one thing, but it would, like, do something else because there were so many yo-yo tricks to keep track of that sometimes getting through just felt like a major headache. There was one point where it was not optional. You had to... It was like a gauntlet. And if you died, you had to start all the way from the beginning, I think. But I think it took me like an hour to an hour and a half to get through it. And I think I ended the stream because I was tired at that point. So there were times where it felt like there were so many different yo-yo tricks to keep track of. And it felt, it could be me, right? But it did feel like sometimes it did get in its own way. And the ending wasn't disappointing, but my problem, like, there's a story. It's a pretty simple story. It's fine. But there's, like, a point where your aunt basically says, like, she hadn't stepped in the city for so long and she forgot how much she loved the city and blah, blah, blah. And she does kind of, like, sacrifice herself so everything could be good. But my only problem with that is, like, as you're going through this city, she never makes mention of it at all. So it, like, she talked about how much she forgot she loved the city, but it never shows when you're going through. Most of the interaction is, like, them going back and forth at each other, but not even in a fun way. It got really annoying because it was almost like they were shitting on each other and it wasn't fun. It felt more like they were trying, like, haha, they're these two, like, main character and companion, and it wasn't fun at all. It was a big pain in the ass, but I digress. And that was honestly my biggest issue with the game, is that the ending, I think, could have hit more if like there were little things which are like, oh my god, I remember when this blah 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 blah. But Pipistrello was good. It was fun. I really enjoyed it. I played the demo. I really liked it, and I think that the game itself was able to keep it going. Because I've said before, I've played demos where I really enjoy the demos, and then I play the full game, and it doesn't live up to It's not that it didn't live up to the demo, it's that, like, when you play the full game, it just sometimes can't, I'm trying to think. Signalis, you can't tell how much of a slog Signalis is from the demo. And I ended up not liking the game fully because at a certain point I was just over it and I didn't want to play anymore and it felt like such a slog to run through and all that. Even though I absolutely loved the demo for Signalis. But Pipistrello, the demo was fun. I think the full game definitely lived up to it as well. As I said, I do think sometimes with all the yo-yo tricks it got in its own way, especially because, like, you had to be so quick about it, which makes sense because it was all about momentum. But, like, sometimes I would try to make him stick to a wall and he would, like, jump and it was a pain in the ass. But overall pretty good. As I said, it was simple. There was nothing deep. It didn't have to be deep. Not every game has to be deep, because then if every game is deep, then, like, when a game is pretty good and deep and hits all the right notes, it doesn't feel special. The combat was simple and nice. The music was great. I think I'm gonna put it in B tier. It's not quite A tier because, as I said, there were times where, like, there were a couple times where I didn't realize, like, I needed a specific thing to move forward. Cause it is a bit, it's not open world, but there is a point where, like, you can decide where to, or what order to go in. And there's, like, one item I needed and I was kind of stuck somewhere for a while because I didn't realize it. But as I said, sometimes you'd run into areas that had to do with the main plot that felt like gauntlets that were miserable. A lot of the optional stuff was harder, but as I said, it's optional. But there were just a couple times where it felt like a nightmare. But overall, I think it did exactly what it set out to do. And, you know, I thought it was a really good homage of a game. I really had fun with it. I don't think I would complete the game. But I don't quite think it's A tier myself. Honestly, I'd probably put it between A and B, but there is no option. I don't think it's quite A tier because of the aforementioned, like, the ending falls a bit short because they didn't do enough. I almost feel like they didn't do enough between the main characters, have the aunt talk about certain things enough for, like, it to fall through, and, like, a certain reveal feels kind of whatever. It doesn't, I'm not sure if it feels like it's out of left field. No, because they did have a bit of a hint. But yeah, I think they could have done a couple things better. So, Lies of P Overture. I loved Lies of P. It was such a good game. I think I'd give it a 10 out of 10. I wasn't that good at it, clearly. I talked about earlier how I relied heavily on items to get through. And there's 3 endings to the game, and I think when it comes to, like, the final boss, I think I tried for an hour and gave up and went for, like, the worst ending. Which... And then when I wasn't streaming, I was able to... I think I, like, watched a couple videos and was able to beat it, like, the first time. But Lies of P Overture, and I added it because I did play the DLC because it came out this summer. And a lot had changed. Lies of P added, like, difficulty, easy, medium, and I think hard. They have, like, special names, but, like, the default was just, like, hard. Somehow I got through the game. But even, and I think I set it to easy mode, and I think the DLC still felt really difficult, to be fair. I was on, like, the second or 3rd New Game Plus. I think it was like I was on New Game Plus Plus because I was trying to get like the last ending. I don't remember, but it felt really difficult. And it's odd because, and I've said it before, I did enjoy the story, but then at the same time, I felt the whole thing with Leah and her connection with Romeo and Carlos does kind of ruin the story that the main game is to not ruin it, but it feels like it really retconned it, but not for the better, because the DLC was very like Leah. I think it was Leia, actually. Leah or Leia? I think it was Leia. Leia. Everyone was talking about her, and it felt very centered towards her, which makes sense because you do, like, you know, I guess you're figuring out what happened, but it was very like her centered, and I feel like there's a part of the beach in the main game where Carlos is killed. Gemini kills him, right? And it ends up it's Leia who at first is like, stop bothering me, Gemini, take care of him. And Gemini does, and she's like, oh no, I didn't mean for this to happen or whatever. But then later it's like, oh, well, she was kind of like working with them so they can also be puppet hunters or whatever. I don't remember the official names. And it felt very retcon-y, to be quite honest. Like, her parts were very sad when you find Romeo and you find out like what actually did happen to him. It's quite sad, but I don't know. I didn't. And I don't mean this because I didn't dislike her, but I felt like she was kind of the worst part of the game, and I liked more and she was just like the mysterious, legendary hunter. I'll say hunter because, as I said, I don't remember the actual term because there were like two different whatever. I liked when she was just more of a mystery. So even though the DLC was harder, I did very much enjoy it because it was just more Lies of P. But, and I liked most of the characters who I don't remember any of their names. But yeah, I don't know. Looking back, even though I really enjoyed it, and I think I did even say it does feel like it is retconning the story between Romeo and Carlos, between them, the story of Romeo and Carlos a bit. Because she's also, oh my god, she's Sophia's adopted sister, you know what I mean? So I know when they made the original game they couldn't like make mentions of her because I don't think it was on their mind at the time, and I don't know what they could have done, but Leia was just all right, and it did feel retcon-y, even though at the same time I did enjoy the story, but it did. The normal enemies felt generally fine, but yeah, all the bosses just felt disgustingly hard, except for the very end boss, because you can have Leia help you out. You don't need to. I chose to. And yeah, she just helped you kick ass. I do like, though, that you run to Alidoro and you learn a bit more about him. So I did really like Overture, but overall, it didn't hit me. And I don't know if I'm the only one. I think one other person I found was kind of feeling the same way. But yeah, I really liked Lies of P Overture, but the whole Leia thing, I'm gonna give it A tier. I don't think it's S tier. I think if it felt more, well, yeah, I think A tier, because there was one achievement I had to get because, oh my god, there was like a part in the ice where it was such a pain in the ass, which is me going back to like, even on easy difficulty, it felt like a slog on that one particular level. It felt harder, but that level was such a pain in the ass. Because there's just so much running at you. There's a point where it's like things can tip you into the water. Oh my god. Ugh. And I think there was one boss in particular that just was a pain in the ass. Ugh. Overture was quite good. It still very much felt like Lies of P, which obviously, definitely DLC I would say is worth it. But yeah, it just felt quite hard. And even on easy mode, while other games I played where easy mode felt difficult. Was it one of the ones on here? Oh, yeah, Fallout London. I'll get on that later. But yeah, Overture was quite good. I wouldn't say it's perfect because again, it just felt significantly harder. And the whole Leia's involvement in apparently everything just, I don't think they did it fine, but it felt very retcon-y. And I think the story between Carlos and Romeo is actually quite sweet. How, like, Carlos is very upset because his mom died and his dad just kind of, like, was never there for him, and so he made a best friend in Romeo, and they like grew up in the little not orphanage, but like the Monad house would take all the orphans in and like take care of them. So I thought the story between them was very sweet, and I think the whole Leia thing feels like it was just kind of added on to make her super important. But Lies of P is great. I ended up finishing it and I got all the achievements. Maybe I'll play it again, but I feel like I've played it so much. But quite good. I would well, I wonder, actually, is the demo still up? I almost want to see. All right, let's see. Lies of P. Because I remember absolutely loving the demo. Oh, I guess it's not there anymore. What a shame. I would definitely recommend it, though. Okay. Anyway, Lies of P, pretty good. Pizza Express. I think I played it like 3 or 4 times now. Once by myself, twice on stream. It was made by like one person. And it was quite good. You play as I was gonna say nameless, faceless, but you do have a name. But you play as some faceless character who basically you help a guy run his pizza place. It was his dad's. I think his dad is like died a year prior, and he like basically says he has to shut down the pizza place because he can't run it. They're losing money. And so your best friend, who's a snail? Sun? I think that's her name. Whatever. She basically gets you, and you help. I forget the main character's name, or the guy who runs the pizza place. Maybe his name's Sunny. So you help run the pizza place. Hilarity ensues. It's a relaxing game. You can make your own pizza. Well, like, they have certain toppings, right? But within all those toppings that you slowly unlock, you can create all your very own pizzas and change the menu, make your own custom pizzas. You can make whatever pizza you want, the house special. A lot of customization. It's a lot of fun. It's a game where it's not a choose your own adventure, but based on like particular things that happen in the story and how you do things, changes like what happens in the story. Like in the first one, I think like the mafia's after you and you have to like file a police report, but I haven't been able to get to that part of the game since, because I don't remember what I chose to do or what I even did to get there. It was pretty insane though. But there's like different game modes. You can have an endless mode, all that kind of stuff. Make your own kinds of pizzas, what you do in the game, how you respond to certain events. There's points where like there are certain like controversies. Like I think there's a certain kind of sausage that is like really bad, or it gets a bad rep or something. And I think something bad happens if you still choose to use it. There's a certain kind of... Maybe the sausage is made from horses. I don't remember. But, there's like all these branching paths that change how the story goes. And for one person, all these little changes, that's pretty good. So it's definitely a big replayable game, right? As I said, you can super customize the pizzas. Sometimes it's a little clunky where like I'll try to move something to a place, and because of the hitboxes, I should say the hitboxes are clunky. It's like sometimes the pizza doesn't go. And there's no like little shortcuts to do certain things. So like everything is like you click and hold, you click and hold. I have no problem with that, honestly, but you know, it is what it is. I think it's pretty good. I think I'm gonna give it A tier because it's not. Is it S? It is pretty memorable, I have to say. You know what? I think Pizza Express could be S tier. It goes on sale a lot. I think I got it for like 89 cents, and all the characters feel very distinct. The bad guys, the good guys. If you run your menu a certain way, like you get achievements, and some people will come in and be like, oh my god, you make vegan pizzas, I can't believe you thought of us. Or, oh my god, you... Actually, no, you can't make a gluten-free pizza, never mind. But like, depending on how you run your menu, like you'll get more customers in because it's like, oh my god, you're thinking of the people who are lactose intolerant. Oh my god, you're thinking of the vegetarian, that kind of thing. So there's like all these little tiny things that kind of build up, and I don't know if I'd say they add to the experience, but it's something that clearly the developer thought about. So I don't think I really have many complaints. Like, as I said, sometimes the hitbox is clunky and there's like no shortcuts to, let's say, put a bunch of crust down, which, yeah, that would be nice, but you know, it gets to a point where you kind of, like, I always made a habit, get 6 things of pizza dough just immediately, because I always knew I was going to be making pizza, so it made sense to. Also, because it does take like real time, let's say 45 seconds, if you use all 6 doughs for a new thing of dough to be out. It just becomes like a habit. So yeah, real time, and you'd want to restock all these. So good. S tier. I said A tier, S tier, because even though I don't have hundreds of hours in it, it's honestly, it's one of my favorite indie. I think it's quite good. If you like pizza, you like a management sim, because it kind of, well, I say management sim. It's a sim of some kind, just a pizza making sim. But it's quite good. As I said, like many branching paths. Colorful cast of characters. And you can nearly poison your boss, because he's like allergic to mushrooms, and you can give him mushroom pizza. He never gets poisoned, but it's still pretty funny. So, how many we got left? Let's see, 5, 14, 19, almost halfway through. I'm gonna take a quick break because I need to go to the bathroom, and I really need to refill my water because I've been talking a lot and my throat is kind of killing me. And then we'll get through the rest. We'll see where Final Profit stands. Spoiler alert, another game that had grind to it, which I said about... Oh, 24 Killers, I was saying that there was a lot of grind to, you know, keep things moving. Final Profit had some grind, but as I said, we'll get into this. I know, I was very, sometimes I yap. I forget how much I yap. But anyway, I'll be back in a couple of minutes. All right. We're back. I can't believe it. No, actually, 16 games done. All right. No, it still leaves 19. Never mind. Because I don't know why. I have 2 different folders of the 2025 games. And like the first, anyway, moving on. Final Profit, a shop RPG. That was pretty good for an RPG Maker. For an RPG Maker game. You know why? There's so many bad RPG Maker games, or it doesn't feel like the story's fine. But I feel like what makes or breaks it is, does it? It was a pretty good game. Unchained mentioned it. I played the demo, and then I just got the whole game because I think they even said the demo doesn't like, you can't transfer your data into like the main game. So I was like, whatever, I'm sold, I'm playing it. And I had a good time with that. Just shop sim stuff, right? The characters were so funny. And like your choices in how you interact with them, and like they'll talk to you and you can make choices. Apparently one of your first customers like talks about how she's obsessed with coffee, and either you kind of tell her to chill out or you sell her more coffee or something. I don't remember. And apparently I didn't have her do more coffee or drink more coffee, but if you did, she would eventually die. Spoiler alert. Whatever. Final stream of the year. We're going not all spoilers, but like this is the one time I'm going to mention spoilers. So, not a big spoiler. Anyway, it was pretty good. There was a prince who was in love with a guy, and I kept going on about like the yaoi adventures because, you know, hilarity ensues. And the prince is really depressed. No, he's a fake prince. He was in love with the real prince, but the real prince was killed by capitalism, and he has to... Basically, they make him disguise as the prince, which is fucked up. That was so, like, oh my god. And he starts crying to you about it. If you find out it's him, that was a whole thing. And what the dev told me is, like, there's more to the yaoi story, which I didn't get to. But exciting. Was it like, it was vaguely like some of your actions change the course of the story, but not in like a very big way. Although I think the different endings or like who you choose to take with you to the end dictates the ending. I was very happy with it. I thought it was very fun. Final Profit, a shop RPG. There was no fighting, which is great. I love when there's an RPG Maker game that kind of like does something different and doesn't make you I don't know why, but it's always really nice when like something completely different is done with it. And I think Final Profit, a shop RPG, just does something different among RPG Maker games. I will say though, by the end, you need to make like millions of dollars so you can buy different locations, buy certain things to like help with the end of the game. And I'm gonna be honest, if it weren't for the fact that there's websites where you can take, I think there's a log for the game, I don't remember, but you can basically take it and like give yourself gold or change the level of characters or whatever. It's like for RPG Maker specifically, not this one game. I think I would have put the game down if I had to manually earn those millions, because it's very grindy. I tried to do a bit of it off stream because like, okay, whatever. I can make like, I can get myself a certain point off stream and it'll be fine. That's what I tend to do if I think there's too much grind and it'll be like boring. Because sometimes you can do grind on stream and it's fine if it's not too much, but sometimes there's like too much to do and it makes more sense to like do it off stream because you can only make things so fun. You don't want to do the boring shit because then whatever. So I spent some time doing it off stream. I only got so far, and like with 24 killers, where there are a couple things you can do to streamline it or make it go quicker, it still would have been a lot of grind. Even people who love the game have said it's a lot of grind. So thank goodness for those websites. I gave myself, I think, 10 million because it would have been a long time. I would have had to stream other games if I did it manually. And I think that's the worst part of it, is that it's such a... And I get it. It's a thing where it's like, I get it. It's capitalism, lots of money, blah, 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 blah. It's not fun for the player, though. And I think there is, like... You gotta think of the player's time, even though, like, technically it makes sense in terms of, like, the whole storyline about capitalism. But that would probably be my biggest complaint. Yeah, my biggest complaint probably has to be that there's a lot of grind to get to the end if you're like really do not want to, I don't know, I guess cheat, right? I don't know if I would consider it cheating, but you do have to edit it to give yourself the money. But I think you would really burn yourself out if you tried to manually do it. I'm sure there are people who have done it, but what else? Oh, the final area. I didn't love the final area. The final area was like the home of capitalism or whatever. It was like a big city. There's a bunch of cars that drive around and hit you, and it gets in the way, and it makes the last area such a pain in the ass. And then the characters in the cars yell at you, and it's honestly not that funny or entertaining. It actually kind of... There were a couple times I thought of rage quitting just because I kept getting hit by so many cars. It was really getting to me. And that was a big pain in the ass. I don't think it actually even added anything to the game, to be quite honest with you. It felt like one of those things that was just there because if you took it away, nothing would really change. And I live in a city. I get it. Even in New York City, there's always traffic. I understand that. But that's real life. This is a video game. Take away the cars. They don't add anything. I don't need full immersion 24/7 in every single game. You know, fine line between well, is there a fine line? I don't know. I don't need immersion. I liked all the characters. No, not all the characters. There were some characters that, I'm gonna be honest, I didn't care that much about. There's a whole thing about how, like, the main character, Mab, is the queen of wherever she's from. I don't remember the name. And I think she's trying to, like, save her kingdom from capitalism. And she has a scheme, but, like, she gets outvoted. And so her daughter is like, I don't agree with you. There's a whole thing, but it's stupid because then, like, a bunch of people sided with the queen anyway. And by the end, everyone helps her. So it feels like it was just dramatic for drama's sake, because if they had remained, like, at that point where they still don't want her to help because it's too risky, but it's either they get taken over by capitalism or at least they're on Mab's side and they make an attempt. You know what I mean? So at that point when you find it out, it just feels like it's drama to get Mab to where you are, I suppose. I don't know. But the main character, like, oh, well, my mom wasn't there for me, and so, which sucks, but, like, she's the queen, and the way she acts is like she really loves her daughter, and it really feels like she's torn between, like, do I go and how might it be the queen? You know what I mean? So she's not like she's in a position where she's even a bad mother. She just couldn't be there for her kid all the time. I didn't care much for her daughter, to be honest. Maybe because I'm, like, older and mature, but it just felt like her daughter, who was a grown-ass adult at that point, just couldn't look back and be like, you know what, even though I was so mad at my mom as a kid, I realized, like, she had so many responsibilities, you know. And, like, yes, I guess they kind of have a moment where they make up, kind of. I didn't care, though. I didn't care about, I guess, the right-hand lady. I don't know, whatever. But I think it's B tier. I don't think it's A tier, honestly. As I said, there is such a disgusting grind at the end. Not even optional, right? Like, you need to make... I think one thing is 1 million, and then you need 6 million, because you need 6, I want to say, magic cubes. And, so I think altogether you need 7 million. I think I gave myself 10 million out of safety, but I wasn't sure. That's quite the grind. I think I spent 2 hours, and it wasn't even at the million mark yet. Was it? I think I spent 2 hours, and I didn't even get to like a quarter of what I needed, which is why I just decided I'm just gonna hack into the game and give myself a lot of money. I don't know if the dev is working on like fixing it. I think he did say like he does agree it does feel like it's a huge grind. But I do understand where it's capitalism, so you do need to work at a point, but there are times where you make a decision which doesn't feel all too horrible, but you can either be like capitalist or loving or something, and you kind of get shit on if you like selfish, I guess, which makes sense, I suppose. But it just does kind of feel like it's the game like tutting you for maybe not being an ideal person, I guess. But there were some times where it's like the options you're given, it does feel like you get punished for something that's not that bad. I digress. It's not a perfect game. As I said, I like it a lot, but I do feel like the massive grind at the end and some of the characters, which are just kind of, that's not the fault, right? Like, that's my opinion. I thought the daughter was just really annoying and didn't seem like she, even though she was an adult, was mature enough to look back and be like, oh, I can see why my mother made those choices. It's annoying, but not the end of the world. But I think the super grind at the end knocks it down to B tier, to be quite honest. But I do appreciate the fact that there are some quality of life things in place that you can unlock to, not automate, I guess streamline the game, and that's quite a nice touch. As I said, you read the, like, there's a lot to it, so it's like not your standard RPG maker game, which is quite nice. And by standard RPG maker, I mean like standard RPG, I should say. When you like read through the credits, there's like all these scripts that he credits, like this blah blah blah. So dev worked really hard to make this game. I think it's great. I think it does have its downsides. I don't think any game is perfect. I think there's one thing that was broken, or it was like for a side quest, I believe. No, it was for a dragon to get specific items, and the dev even told me like it's broken, I'm working on it. He had like a big list of fixes, so that was gonna be one of the fixes, but it was quite enjoyable, and I'm so glad that Unchained mentioned it. Unspoken. It was a short horror game. It was about, I think, because it felt a little confusing. A guy who was a police guy, but he was like kidnapping kids. I don't know if he was killing them or not. I don't remember. He was kidnapping kid for some reason. It doesn't explain why he did it, but it was kind of D tier. I don't know. And it's not even because it was really short, because I played short games that have been fine, but like, it was very short. There were a couple moments that were scary, but I felt like it kind of explained things, but it also kind of didn't. He's like kidnapping kids. It doesn't say why, and I don't think it's like he's doing anything bad to, like he's kidnapping them, but you know what I mean? I don't think he's doing anything bad, but it doesn't explain why he's doing it, what made him do this. I think, did he end up killing his family? I don't remember. It's not that memorable. I remember even looking at it when I was looking through Solely Known, being like, unspoken. But then like, oh, I think it was this game. So, not much to say, honestly. Like, Without a Dawn is D tier, but I had so much to say about it because I think it could have been a lot better. And Unspoken is actually the same way, where I think it could have been better if it was longer and explained more. It was a game. Little Friends Puppy Island. Pretty good. It was pretty good. It was kind of samey. Like, you take your dog, you're, I guess, going on vacation. Your friend owns a house there, and your friend, I think your friend's name was Sam, and you're staying there with your dog, who I named Loki. So if I talk about Loki, we're about him, or we're talking about him. And you find other dogs on the resort, and you help open businesses and shit, and it was weird. And you walk the dog, and you find resources, and you can dress the dogs up, and you need the dogs to work jobs, and you train the dogs, and you train the dogs by walking them and doing certain things. It was very samey, to be quite honest, but I really enjoyed it because it was very cute. Got it on sale. I think it's like 10 or 20 bucks. I don't think it's worth the full price, but it was a very cute game. I enjoyed my time. It was very sweet. It was very chill. It was quite samey, to be quite honest, but I do and I don't think it overstayed its welcome. It was a game about friendship and believing in your dog. But there is a point where you just keep amassing all these dogs and having to train them all. And like, you do eventually get a school, and you can throw your dogs in there and you can train them there, but it costs money. But I think I beat it within like 15 hours, so it wasn't that bad, but I'll give it C tier. I don't think no, it's very samey. I really enjoyed it. Like, Star Wars, I don't think it's quite D tier, so I hate yeah, it's quite samey. I think there's only like 6 or 7 breeds. You get so many dogs, and as I said, like, you in order to advance, you like need your dogs to build. Why, I don't know. It feels like puppy labor, but I don't know. It was very cute. I had a good time playing with the dogs. I had a good time walking the dogs. I really enjoyed dressing the dogs up. I loved getting new outfits, and especially dressing Loki up, although I think I kind of had a perfect outfit for him, and so I stopped dressing him up because, like, you know, it was perfect in every way. But it was a very simple game. There was nothing wrong with it. It was the same thing over and over again. And to get all achievements, you would just have to play so much, and I didn't get burnt out, but I think if it went on like 5 hours longer, I would have gotten burnt out. So is it a perfect game? No, it's a cute game. There's dress up, which I love. I don't think there are any bugs that I can recall. There's like Drova has a specific art style, Stardew Valley, Binding of Isaac, even Lies of P, right? Little Friends, like, there's a style to it, right? But it's just kind of like not realistic. I don't know how to put it. It's a 3D game. It's nothing memorable, you know? But I enjoyed my short time with it. And that's that. I wish it had a rat terrier. Huskies are fine too. Loki's best friend for a long, long time was a husky. So, you know, there's that. And he loved the husky. Any other husky he didn't like because it wasn't his bestie, and he would like kind of let them know. He'd bark at them like, for a second he'd be like, oh my god, and then he'd realize it wasn't his bestie and he would just like get upset. But cute game, nothing special. kind of grindy, to be honest. Very samey. But you know what? Pretty good game. So this is probably not gonna be a full stream because I don't have a lot to say about. Little Friends, which I really liked. Even like, what do I say? I don't know. It probably could have been a way shorter game, which I think is why it's down in C tier, because it could have been shorter. But it doesn't feel like they were trying to. It didn't feel like they were trying to like pad the game, even though I do think it was grindy. I think that's just part and parcel sometimes. But yeah, it definitely. Yeah, I can't have these on. I don't know. Oh. But yeah, I think C tier's right, which I feel bad because, like, no, I don't actually. It was very like Final Prophet, even though, as I said, it was grindy at the end for the most part. I thought it was very amusing and like fun to play. I had a lot of fun with it until like the very end where I complained about Capitalism City. C tier is right. All right, Neon Abyss 2. I streamed it one whole time because it had come out on my sister's birthday, and I had played it a bit. You know, and I was like, you know what? Let's just show it off on stream because I like to do that sometimes. Just show off a game that's new, that I really enjoy, that I just want to get out there, even though Neon Abyss, actually, like Stardew Valley is a super popular indie game. Minecraft, Once Upon a Time. What is to be considered indie? I don't actually know, like, what is the step that makes a change from, like, an indie dev to, like, a not indie dev? I don't know, but I think Once Upon a Time, Minecraft, again. Okay, hold on. Let me fix my camera. That's not, wrong one. That's window capture, not my webcam. All right, deactivate. I don't even know what causes my you know what? I haven't updated my camera, so I probably just need to update the firmware. Hold on. Okay, there we go. All right. Oh my god, please. There we go. Perfect. All right. So, click that. So, Neon Abyss 2. Yeah, I just wanted to show it off because, oh, I had unlocked a cute character. But of course, the game doesn't talk about how like cute and attractive he is because there's one character. She was in the first game. She looks like a stereotypical, like, badass, like, Japanese woman who, of course, is wearing, like, typical schoolgirl outfit because men made the game. I don't say it in a bad way. I'm not saying it in a good way, but, like, they talk about how ethereal she looks. She looks very, like, you know, she doesn't look ethereal and she doesn't look like anything special. She doesn't look bad, but you know what I mean? Like, as I said, stereotypical schoolgirl character. Whatever. And there's like another character who, even though she's like hundreds of years old, she looks ageless because whatever. It is what it is. Anyway, I digress. But Neon Abyss 2, I haven't played it in a while. I burned myself out. Of course. So I haven't played in a while, but I thought it was quite a good game. The Hatchmon, the eggs, they did seem better in the first game. Like, they do. Oh, no, you know why? Because they're kind of always around. They don't die. They just kind of get knocked out, and you do have to, like, go pick them back up. But there were some weapons I thought were pretty meh, but then there were some that were good. There's, like, a tennis racket where, like, you can hit tennis balls and keep going and keep going. A tier. A tier. I thought it was quite good. As I said, there's been like big updates since I played it, but I had a really good time with it. I thought there was a good amount of characters. I think there's a couple more now, I think. I definitely didn't unlock anything, but there is a gachapon machine, love them, where you can add cosmetics to your character if you please. I don't care about it, but there is multiplayer, which a lot of people do appreciate, but you know, sometimes I like the message boards and it does still seem like sometimes there's like issues with multiplayer. General Neon Abyss art style, pretty good. It feels like Neon Abyss 1, but like improved, which is what you want from a sequel, especially a game like Neon Abyss, where yes, there was like kind of a story. Not really though. Like, you're not playing for the story, but there is some kind of story. I think they are still working on it. I don't think it's out of early access yet, but really appreciate it. Played it once on stream. Really liked it. It's one of those games where it's like one more run and then 20 runs later and then you gotta go to bed. But good game, not many complaints. The Hatchmon are kind of like hit or miss in my opinion. I like the Hatchmon, I think, more in the first game, even though, as I said, I do appreciate that the Hatchmon don't even necessarily like die. They just kind of pass out and you need to take yourself out of the fight to retrieve them. You don't have to, but if you want to. Apparently they worked on balancing the weapons, because I do know a lot of people are saying that some of them feel either weak or very samey, so I think they've been working quite hard. But yeah, A tier. Not many complaints. As I said, really liked it, and yeah, that's that. A tier. Dread Flats, another short psychological horror game that I actually really enjoyed. You're some guy, and I think you're some guy, he does like horror videos. And so the story is that he goes to an abandoned apartment because I think some viewers wanted him to go and they kind of paid him to go and like stay the night or stay the week. I don't remember if it was a night or a week. Anyway, he stays a few days at this abandoned apartment and spooky things are happening. Like there's an old lady that follows you around. But there's a story to it. You slowly start finding out what happened to all the people in this apartment, why it's deserted, all that kind of stuff. It starts out very interesting. There are a couple of stealth sections, but they're not too bad. I remember getting caught a couple times, but you kind of learn quickly, in my opinion. I'm not a fan of like forced stealth sections because I don't love it, but it felt like an easier stealth section, you know? Like, that's crazy. Oh yeah, I don't think it actually really, I think it implied she was I think it implied like what was going on with Granny and like what happened to all of the inhabitants. But I think I remember there was a point in which you didn't really get all the answers you wanted. I think either she was turning them into husks of their former selves or there was some magic happen. I don't remember. Which is why sometimes I'm like, why did I do this tier list? Because sometimes I don't remember everything. But I think it was something like there was a little girl left by herself because her mom and dad got caught up and like Granny took them. And so she was by herself getting haunted by Granny. And like the way out of it was basically she gives herself a lobotomy and she doesn't remember any of it. But how did she escape? What happened with her? Is she the Granny? Because I don't remember if it's implied or if it's just like... Because I think it's something like one of the ladies in the apartment was mentally unstable. and she kept going to the doctors, but she was like getting worse and worse. So I don't know if the little girl that gave herself the lobotomy is the granny, or if it's the mentally unstable lady that was trying to go to the hospital. There are some questions. I don't know what happened to the inhabitants, because you do kind of leave. I don't but I liked it. Either way, I liked it. I felt like the ants, it kind of fell. I don't want to say it fell flat. Wait. I don't want to say it fell flat, because I don't think it fell flat, but I do think, like, it gets really interesting, and then it almost can't keep, not the pace, it almost can't keep up with itself, so it falls a little flat. There are two different endings. There is a point where I think all the power goes out, and you can go turn it back on. But if you choose not to and you leave the apartment instead, because it's the one time the door isn't locked shut, and you like leave early, and I think Granny causes you to get in a car crash. It was kind of funny. I really like Dread Flats. I think I'm gonna put it in... You know what? Even though I'm gonna put it in B tier. Because it was unnerving. I was gonna go throw Loki's toy, but he ran off. It was unnerving. I think it like kept the kind of atmosphere. I think the atmosphere was really well done. Were there any jump scares? If there were jump scares, I think they were well done. I don't remember thinking anything was cheap. The little notes left by like guards and stuff were really, I thought it was well done, even though I do think it didn't, like, it brought up questions that it didn't answer. It also didn't feel like a big mystery, just like what happened to the little girl. Was the granny like the mentally unstable lady that kept trying to like go to the hospital and was trying to take like medication, but her mental stability was declining? I think that ended up being what was happening, but I don't think I know how exactly all those people turn into those weird naked husks. That part I don't think was actually ever explained, like why they were those weird creatures, or like why the only way out for the girl. Yeah, I think she was like constantly haunted and she couldn't sleep anymore, and so she gave herself a lobotomy so like she would stop thinking about it and it would like leave her mind. But then I don't think I know what actually happened to the little girl. Maybe she died, but like you don't find it. Little things like that. But despite that, for the short amount of time of its runtime, I don't know what to consider it, I thought it was quite good, which is why it's B tier rather than C tier. I think if the atmosphere was worse or the sound effects were worse, I even liked the art style, you know, I think it was quite well done. So not A tier, but not C tier. So B tier is perfect. I really enjoyed Dread Flats. Also, I had played the demo in the Steam Next Fest, so it lived up to the demo and my enjoyment of the demo. Astro Prospector. I think I played it after Dread Flats for a little bit because I had gotten it because like it was on sale. It was alright. It wasn't bad, but, and like it was fun for, I think I played it for like half an hour to 40 minutes and then I had no need to play it again. I think I don't remember. It wasn't bad, but I had no need to play it again. Where do I put it? I don't have a lot to say because it's not that memorable. I know I say like a lot of this stuff, there's just like some things I forget because I play a lot of games. But it was like you were getting coffee and you were in space and you were trying to get, I don't remember. It was all right. like, you kept going and you kept working towards things and you would upgrade your ship to do more shit. It was alright. I did end up refunding it because I just, again, I'm that person. Sue me. It was like fine for 40 minutes. It wasn't even a bad game. It was just the kind of game where it just, I don't know, like I said, Binding of Isaac, there's always things to work towards because, like, not only is there the main mode, but then like 8,000 challenges to do, the daily challenges, playing it all with like all the different characters, and like Astro Prospector, yes, there's things to work on, but like it feels so, you play it a couple times and it feels like you, we'll put it in C tier, I guess. I feel like it's B tier, no. Like, I don't, as I said, I don't think it's a bad game, but like after some time, I just didn't want to play it again. I don't think it's D tier either because like it's a simple game. I didn't dislike it, if that makes sense. It wasn't bad. C tier seems fine. I feel like I need to put it somewhere. And C tier it is. Now I feel like Little Friends doesn't belong there. No, I think it'll belong there. I'll say why later. Anyway. Risk of Rain. How many we got left? 5, 13 left, not bad. Risk of Rain 2. Why did I? Oh, it was part of one of the Humble Monthlies. I don't remember. And I remember I had like I've known of Risk of Rain 2 for a while. I was like, oh, Risk of Rain 2. I have wanted to try it because I did. And I think I just didn't know where to fit it. And I eventually had, even though I always say I don't really schedule things too often, just some things I want to play more than others, and I just didn't know where to put Risk of Rain 2. But then I just had it, and pretty good. I haven't played it in a while. I'm just so busy. But I enjoyed it. I do think, I think it does have a bit of a steep learning curve because I didn't realize. I saw that. I forgot what it was called, but it was is that Alloy Collective or was that something else? Now we must go see because you brought it up. No, Alloy Collective. Yep, November 18th. I should. Because there's more survivors. Quite a good game. Steep learning curve. Because I didn't realize, like, it had an objective, right? And in my head, I'm like, oh, objective. I have to do this thing they're telling me. And then just here, I think you're like, oh, no, what was it? Like, I couldn't do certain things after I summoned the boss. I never would have guessed. Which is why I think your first couple plays, you have no idea. It doesn't explain a lot. It doesn't have to. And I feel like you do learn pretty quickly. But... Wait a second. Why is Megabonk not on here? Sorry, I was looking at it and I was thinking and I realized like I played Megabonk this year. All right, hold on. Let me add that real quick. I know I played Megabonk on stream. I'm just looking real quick to make sure there's nothing else I'm missing. I don't think there is, though. All right, hold on. God. I must have missed it somewhere. When did I play it? It was after... It's definitely after... Oh, streams. Hold on. I know I streamed Mega Bonk. It's not showing up though. I think I played it like... in September? I definitely remember streaming it. It wasn't. It wasn't a fever dream. Because I remember on Chain saying like he really dug it. That does feel really weird. Alright, let's see. Shut up. Alright, let's just do this real quick. Hold on. Because I think I played it like September 19th, but it's like, it's not showing up. It's so weird. Whatever, just save the picture. Alright, let's see. Good. Good enough. That's odd. Okay, hold on. Let's look at my achievements. Let's see, because I got... Yeah, it was September 19th, because I remember I got Monkey. I don't feel ghastly, it just feels really odd. I know I streamed it, because it was another one of those games that I really enjoy. I'm like, stream has to know. So, that feels weird. Alright, September 19th. Alright, let's see. So, it would have been after Schedule 1. Alright. Alright. I'll just put it there. Because, Super Meat Boy, I played the 23rd. Alright! I don't think it's S tier. I like it. I don't think it's S tier. Alright, so Risk of Rain 2. I got very distracted. I'm so sorry. Oh. I'm so sorry, Risk of Rain 2. Because I remember thinking like, oh, Risk of Rain 2, made me think of Mega Bonk. And then I was like, wait a second. How did it not show up? Okay, so Risk of Rain 2, I think it has a steep learning curve, but I think A tier. I don't have many complaints. I think there's a steep learning curve, but I think once you get past it, like, you have a lot of fun. Multiplayer, I've never played multiplayer because, again, maybe I should start, but I don't want people to play with. It's kind of the problem. That's why I don't play multiplayer, but that's okay. I have fun by myself. Though I will also say, every single game that comes out, it does so annoy me. People are like, you should make it multiplayer. Which I understand some people do want to have fun with their friends, but there are just some games I don't think need to be multiplayer. Anyway, A tier for Risk of Rain 2, because quite enjoyable. Do I love every character? No, I don't. I played as the stupid fucking robot. Did you have a good time? I think I probably would have a good time playing multiplayer, but I just don't because it's how I roll. I think honestly my only complaint of Risk of Rain is you can't just like put it down, you have to end your run. So like Binding of Isaac, what I like is like if let's say Loki needs a walk, I guess I could leave the game on. I don't like to. I don't know why. I don't like to. I don't like to expect. Anyway, you can't just like put it down without ending the run. But to be fair, I'm actually not sure how easy that would be to implement it. But it's not a game breaker. And I think people have even modded it so that you can actually just end anywhere in the run and it'll pick back up. So, A tier. Pit My Dice, I'm gonna say it. And Pit My Dice is S tier. First of all, I think that because I grew up and played a lot of Yahtzee as a kid. Which is just, honestly, in some ways, it's poker with dice. A lot of people were likening Pit My Dice to Balatro, or just saying like it was inspired by Balatro. But I'll be honest, I saw Pit My Dice before Balatro, and the only reason I got Balatro is because I had played the demo for Pit My Dice during one of the Steam Next Fests, and I don't know why. My sister had come into the stream, and so I went back to Pit My Dice to show her because it gave me an excuse to play it again. So I honestly just grabbed Balatro to scratch that Pit My Dice itch. So I think Pit My Dice is better than Balatro. I mean, Balatro, you kind of roll with the punches, right? You only get so many jokers because you only get so many, so much money. Where I think Pit My Dice, yes, in some ways money is an issue, but it feels easier to kind of, build your dice to like how you want to play in terms of painting it, the numbers, the modifier, like the things like if you roll it to this, then you get ×3 multiply, that kind of thing. Whereas Balatro feels more RNG based, which yes, whatever's in the shop is RNG based, but it feels like you can more gear it towards the outcome you want. I still lose runs, but Pit My Dice is S tier. Make Yahtzee a roguelike. I'm gonna run to it. It was great. No complaints. I haven't played it in a while. Again, 9 times out of 10, whenever I say I haven't played in a while, I burnt myself out. I burnt myself out on Pit My Dice. Same with Balatro. I haven't played Balatro in a long time because I really burnt myself out trying to get one of the decks, trying to beat the hardest difficulty. Balatro, I don't think I'd give an S tier. Pit My Dice, I think, is S tier. I loved Yahtzee. Like, all I wanted to play. There were 2 games. Yahtzee, and there was a game called, like, Rebound, I think? Which... it was almost like a cross between Plinko and Pinball. And I don't know how to explain it because it's been so long since I've played it, but it was fun. But no, Yahtzee is top tier. So when I saw they made a roguelike of Yahtzee, I had to play the demo and it was so good. And I felt like it was a hard wait until Pit My Dice came out, but I streamed it once again because I had to, I needed people to see it. I needed to just stream it and be like, this is a game that's really good. Balatro, what? But a lot of people liken so many things to Balatro when, like, I guess, yes, there's a shop to, like, help the run. Yes, there's similarities, but to say, oh, it's just like Balatro with dice. Shut up. GOTY came first. I don't know if it did, but shut up. No, it's fine, but just too many things get like Balatro. Anyway. Moving on. Yeah, Pip, I don't know what else I can really say to it. Oh, people were bitching about the music. It's like nice, chill, kind of jazzy, kind of funky music. And I like Balatro, but it has like one song, which isn't bad. Like, it's fine. It's just kind of in the background, right? But people were bitching about like the Pit My Dice music. I'm like, well, the Balatro, there's only one song. I'm gonna bitch again. I shouldn't, but I don't know. Pit My Dice is superior, so it's S tier. I didn't think we'd have so many S tier games. I gotta shut my door. Hold on. Alright. So yeah, Pit My Dice S tier. I didn't think we'd have so many S tiers. I really thought it would be like Binding of Isaac, and then everything else is lesser. But this is nice. It's kind of even. Well, it's not even, but it feels. It looks like a little gun on a turret. All right, schedule 1. Grindy. I liked it at first. I think the problem is I really did not like the Cartel edition. I like it story-wise. In terms of like, I think, because I watched someone else play it for a bit, and it seemed very chill. Just go out, you sell your drugs. Yes, you have to worry about the cops. You have to worry about curfew. Cops and curfew, which I guess the curfew is cops, but you know what I mean. But it otherwise seemed like a really chill game about just sell drugs and create your empire. But I think the Cartel update, where like people can beat you up, or they can like beat up your like other drug dealers and like take everything. And yes, I was reading like people like, oh well, you know, just give them a weapon. But I think it took away what a lot of people liked, was just chilling out, working on their drug empire, and just like having fun. Maybe it was too easy, but it seemed like a lot of people just like fucking around with their friends and just like just having a ball, right? So like grindy, but I think the Cartel update kind of made it not that fun. I might have dropped it anyway. I couldn't tell you. I have not gone back since. But I say that about a lot of simulation games where like the realism is like, let's say, yes, there's robbers or thieves or whatever. But I do wish it became like an optional thing, you know? Because I feel like sometimes people play sim games because there is a level of chill to them. And yes, it does make it immersive and realistic, but there's a reason I'm playing video games. They're a bit unreal. And I know I say that. I know sometimes I can't like suspend my disbelief, but I don't think it was a. If they added an option, I should say. I was gonna say I don't think it was a good change, but some people really liked it, and some people, you know, feel the same as I do, where like they really enjoyed how chill it was, and like it became way less chill with the Cartel. And yes, there are ways I think you can get rid of them, but I don't know. It didn't feel fun after a while. It felt really grindy, and I think the Cartel made it worse. I think without the Cartel, I'd put it in C tier, but because the Cartel, I just didn't like that much, and they made it just not feel fun to play, D tier. Because everything also looked so samey, And in some ways, I do think the art style fits the kind of game it is, but there's like nothing that really stood out about the whole city. So it felt kind of like, it felt hard to get through. Not hard to get through, but it felt quite easy to get lost because sometimes things look pretty samey. It could be me, to be honest, but this is a tier list all about my opinion. So I think D tier. I think without the cartel, C tier, but I quit out because I wasn't having fun. So Megabot. I still don't understand why Solely Gnome didn't count it. Was it on a No, I was gonna say, did I actually play it on a non-stream day? But I don't think I did. And even if I did, that shouldn't affect anything because I also streamed Binding of Isaac on a non-stream day, I think. Megabonk. Just a funny, goofy meme game, right? Like, by someone who probably should touch a little bit of grass. No offense to the dev. But it is very much like, I think if you don't understand the internet humor or whatever, you might not. It could still be funny, I guess, but there are a lot of things where I was like, oh my god, that's so stupid, because I am a little more mature about a lot of, not a lot of things, but you know what I mean? Like, stupid shit is just, I roll my eyes about stupid internet shit, and this is from someone who grew up on the internet, lives on the internet. But even some things I'm like, you know. But you know what? I can get through it because the game is quite good. There's a lot to unlock. Very chill. Honestly, I think I don't even think it's cringy. Just stupid. I wouldn't say cringy, but I do think some of the humor is a bit dumb. But I'm also going to be 35 in a few months, so that might have something to do with it. But no, I wouldn't actually say it's cringy. I don't know what I would consider cringy off the top of my head. But I'd give it A tier. I don't know. Would I? I almost want to say, I haven't played it in a while, but I don't think it's on the same tier as Risk of Rain. I think it's inspired by Risk of Rain. I don't think it's on the same tier though, even though I do think it's a little more chill in some ways than Risk of Rain. Like, it's a little more simple. I think it's B tier, honestly. Hold on, the dogs. Oh my god. Like, it's good. I haven't even unlocked everyone, but I don't know. I think Risk of Rain is the better game. I don't know why. Because they're very similar. I think Risk of Rain... I don't think Risk of Rain takes itself too seriously, but I think Risk of Rain is a little more serious. And a little more... skill-based, perhaps? I don't know. I think Megabonk's B tier. I think it's quite a good game, but I don't quite think it's A tier. Super Meat Boy. Okay, so this one I do actually feel really bad putting in F tier. It just wasn't for me. I tried to I think I played like, I don't know how many levels I played. I didn't play a bunch of levels. I know I played at least 5, but maybe like 5 to 10. I could see the appeal. It was a difficult game. I could see the appeal. It just wasn't for me. And I think, why did I play Super? I think I was trying to get Tainted. Yes, I wanted to get Was it the Tainted Samson, or was it because I finished an Eden? I was doing something. I had a goal. I was playing Binding of Isaac. I had a goal. Finished the goal. Jasiro, I think you said something about Super Meat Boy. Oh, was it the tank? It was the tank. I was trying to do the tank challenge, and I won the tank challenge. And the reason I won the tank challenge is because I got, there's 4 horsemen in Binding of Isaac, and one of them gives you Bandage Girl, 2 of them give you the meat cube, and one of them gives you its flying horse. I got the meat cube on the tank, where it's basically Magdalene, except she's like very slow, but she has like 1,000,000 health. So I got the meat cube, and then I got the potato peeler, which basically you use it to build up the meat cube, and it's basically Super Meat Boy, and it'll chase enemies around and just demolish you. It's pretty OP if you're lucky enough to either get all the horsemen to build him or the potato peeler. I've only been lucky a few times. So it helped me win the run, because I had done that run so many times, and like looking back, it's a very simple run, but back when I was first trying it, I wasn't doing hard mode so much. Anyway, long story short, finished the tank challenge, and I was like, all right, you know what? Super Meat Boy, I've always heard of it, never played it, so I was like, let's play it, let's stream it. It was fine, but not for me. No complaints. I liked the art style. It was very cute. A little violent. Well, because of the blood, but it actually wasn't. No, it was violent. It was like cartoonishly violent. But it was funny. It was cute, right? It's just... Yeah, I just knew, like, I didn't want to play anymore. So, I'm so sorry, Super Meat Boy. I think you are a great game if you're not me. No, I think you're a great game, and I see the appeal. It's just not appealing to me. But I do actually feel... But it's so cute! Look at that! It's so cute! I'm so glad that, Bandage Girl and Super Meat Boy are in Binding of Isaac. I need Dr. Fetus, but I'll be honest, I don't really use Dr. Fetus in Binding of Isaac because I think it's kind of a... I think that's the one where... Yeah, I think it's the one where instead of tears, you shoot bombs. Which on one hand is strong, but on the other hand, you can accidentally blow yourself up. There's another item, Ipecac? Ipecac? Yes, I think it's Ipecac, where like you shoot in an arc and you become very strong, but your fire rate's not that great. But more importantly, it acts like a bomb, so you can also easily kill yourself. So it can only work well if you're either quite careful, which is tough sometimes, or if you get an item that makes you immune to explosions. But either way, Super Meat Boy, I do actually feel genuinely bad putting you down there, but I did say F tier is actually not even because I think the games are really bad. That's more D tier to an extent. Schedule 1 does feel weird being there, but I also don't think Schedule 1 is C tier. I said why. But, yeah, Super Meat Boy, sorry. It's literally because I just kind of stopped playing. Anyway, after the Christie's Death on the Nile, I really enjoyed it a lot. I like the art style. Well, the voice acting. I like the voice acting for Jane and Poirot. Poirot, the main character, Jane is like their own character they added to the story. Like the art style, it was charming. I'm unsure how charming it is if you don't know Poirot and you don't know the stories or anything, but I thought it was very charming and just good. I do wish Jane's side of the story were more involved. It felt like a simple, you know, her bestie / girlfriend gets killed and she's looking for revenge. Except the thing is, it's kind of simplified, I think, because the whole thing is more about Poirot's side of things. So you could take Jane out of the story and it wouldn't make a difference, to be quite honest. I don't mind that they added her, though. I just really wish there was more to her story, because it just feels like it was there, you know? There was a chapter that takes place in New York. No one had a New York accent. I think there was one person that had a New York accent. Maybe. No, was there? To be fair, I'm not from New York City, but it was very offensive. There was not one New York accent, or it might have just been one New York accent. Also, one thing that bugged me a lot, and it's more, like, it doesn't matter if you don't know New York, but it matters to me because I do know New York. So, Death on the Nile, it takes place, like, around Cairo, right? However, if you don't know, there is a city in New York called Cairo, spelled the same way. Cairo, New York. So, Jane does whatever, and one of the guy tells her, oh, yeah, so whoever it is you're looking for, he's in Cairo. That's it, just as Cairo. Doesn't say Egypt, which is where it takes place. They're in Cairo. But if you're a New Yorker, you're gonna say Cairo, Egypt, or you're gonna say, you know what I mean? Like, if you're a New Yorker, you're gonna say Cairo if it's New York, or Cairo, Egypt if it's Egypt, if the closure place is Cairo, New York. It's such a little thing. It's so nitpicky. But if, let's say, someone down the street from me was talking about, like, Cairo, I'd probably assume they were talking about New York. Because, again, Cairo, New York. It's small, it's nitpicky, I know it is. It's just something that's clearly stuck with me because I've seen signs for Cairo, New York. I think? No, yeah, I have. Because I remember years ago, it came me like, oh my god, Cairo, yeah. I think the more famous one wins. Here, when someone talked about Pasadena, I assume California rather than Maryland. Oh, I guess. But you know why? Because she was specifically trying to track someone. So I think that's the only reason why. Like, if you were looking for someone and someone's like, oh, they're gonna be here, they would specifically, like, I guess say, I don't know. I know it's nitpicky. That's why I'm like, I know, but, like, Cairo, New York would have been my first guess as a New Yorker. But yeah, I think it was fine. I think, Agatha Christie's Death on the Nile was fine. No, what was it? It took a long time for the actual Death on the Nile to happen. Again, I think if Jane were, like, removed completely, it would obviously be a shorter game. But my biggest problem is surprisingly not Cairo, New York. There was the chapter where you're trying to get all the clues about what happened, and that felt like such filler. It felt like such padding because every single thing was a puzzle. Some lady wants to get into her suitcase. Sorry, you gotta do this very stupid fucking puzzle. Some lady wants to get to, like, the medicine. I think it was the nurse. It's a fucking puzzle. Everything was a puzzle. And some of them were okay. It didn't feel like detective work. It just felt like work because. It felt like the longest chapter. Three-fourths of the puzzles didn't feel good. It felt, because it wasn't filler, it felt like they were trying to pad the time. And it made me think negatively because I otherwise liked the game. As I said, art style was great, music was great, the voice acting was kind of whatever, but it was, like, very charming, and it, my opinion, worked well because I've watched a lot of Poirot stuff. So that stuck in my Cairo stuck in my craw. That one chapter, I think it was chapter 7, really stuck in my craw because holy shit, why did everything have to be a puzzle? A couple of them were very detective-y, where like you had to look at some clues and kind of piece it together, and I thought that was fine. But most of the puzzles, it just felt like busy work for the sake of it, and I really did not like it. I think it really destroyed the pacing. What else? Yeah, and the fact that I really wish Jane's story had been more involved. Maybe not involved, I don't know if that's the right word, but it's like you find out the guy who, like, a guy hired a guy to kill Emmy. Her name is Emmy. He's like, oh, sorry, I killed your girlfriend, and then you like bust the whole thing, but you never see any of it. Jane just explained to Poirot like it's all good now. So they didn't focus as much on Jane, and I think Jane could have actually been a very good assistant to Poirot, because there was a point where they did work together, but her half just felt like an afterthought generally. I liked Emmy, I liked Jane, I even got the whole revenge plot, but like she uncovered something she didn't expect. Like she knew that stuff was going on at Emmy's job, but like it turned into something way bigger, and they just didn't really focus on it. So that was a shame, because the end, when you like find out what happens, was very not devastating, but I definitely shed tears, and I really liked Jane as a character. So that's it, really. I think I'd put it in B tier. Chapter 7 was way too long. They didn't need all those puzzles for everything, even though I understand why, because that was the meat of the game that chapter or led into. I don't remember when the big reveal is on what's her face and that other guy. I don't remember. But I think it destroyed the pacing. Cairo's very whatever. I'm not taking points off, even though I'm bitching. I'm taking points off for the lack of accents. I'm not, but it's one or two people, because there are going to be a lot of transplants in you know, New York City. Like my cousin and her family. My cousin is from upstate. Her husband is like from California. So like they don't have the big New York accent, right? Neither do I. I understand that, but every single character, not one of them sounds like they're from New York. That's not right. We're in New York City, the Big Apple. Come on. But yeah, just Jane's side, I wish, because I didn't take the few hours that from chapter 7, maybe put some of those puzzles in Jane's side, or again, like explain a bit more about, I don't know. Again, maybe it's because like the Poirot section is already like Agatha Christie, great writer. So they have that to kind of work off of. So I think if you follow it closely, it's hard to fuck up. And from what I've read, it does seem like they truly followed the source material. Like they did a good job with the source material. But you would think Jane, right? Like they don't have to follow the source material. A, it's in the 70s anyway, but like B, they could kind of do their own original story with Jane. And especially because she's like a character that isn't in the original story, they could do anything, right? Does it have to be the best story? No, but I wish they had just like put more focus into it. That's it. B tier, had a good time. Thought it was fun, thought it was nice. I really enjoyed Sphinx and Pyramids or something, the little D&D-esque game that like the captain and the two workers on the ship played every night. I thought that was actually very charming. Good game, but there were some things that really knocked it down. I don't think it would ever be S tier, but I don't think I could put it in A tier and feel good about it. So it's already 4:30, but we've only got 8 games left. So unless I yap about one, which I think there's some I won't yap about, especially 9 Souls, because I haven't finished 9 Souls yet. But anyway, Sunray OS. It was I really liked Sunray OS. I thought it was an interesting game about this whole, I don't want to say conspiracy, because like it actually was happening, but it was a really good thriller mystery game, in my humble opinion. It all took place on a computer. No, I think there were actually a couple of times where you weren't on a computer. But I will say though, because it does, like 98% of it takes place on a computer, because you are like instant messaging people, it felt very flat. Like everyone sounded the same. Like no one had their own distinct voice. It was very like robotic the way they all talked. There was no lol, there were no chat speak, there were no emojis or anything. Like emojis fine, but you know what I mean? Like you're on instant messenger, and I believe it even took place like 2023, I think is when it was in development. So it was like 2022, 2023. So that part, like they told the story well enough, right? Like you're talking to people. It is actually a more serious thing, but with the exception of, I think it was like Ryan's, his business was selling things at garage sales, and he like yells at you because like weird shit is happening, and I think his website was taken down because the weird government agency, you were like on their tail, and I think that, or something like that. He was the only one that felt like he had his own distinct voice, but you like barely talk to him, and it's only because he's all caps locking and he's angry at you because you question him, and then all of a sudden his site is shut down. But that felt weird. I understand why, in terms of like they just wanted to move the plot along, and it was kind of serious, so I do kind of understand why everyone was just so serious. But even within being serious, different characters could still have their own voices, and just everyone felt somewhat flat. But then at the same time, you didn't necessarily need to know these characters, but it would have just been a little nice, I suppose. What else? You know what? You could change your background, and you could like play music as you played. I thought those were nice little touches, because it would have felt a bit awkward if it was just like pure silence. Like right now, well, it's not weird because it's technically just chat stream, even though I didn't put myself in a directory because I didn't, you know, just us, cozy little stream. But it's not weird now because I'm just talking. But I remember I played one game where the music would play, but it didn't loop. It would play out, and then once it was over, that's it. It was just silence. It felt awkward, so I appreciate that they added some music. What else? I really liked it. It wasn't particularly long. There were a couple of there was one puzzle. It was like Morse code. I could not figure out. I don't know Morse code, and I think I had to look on the message boards because it was like audio Morse code. I don't know Morse code anyway, but especially like audibly, I don't know Morse code, and thankfully someone had, or maybe it was the devs. I think the devs were actually trying to help out people who didn't understand some things, which was nice. But there were a couple of puzzles, because there's a point where you like go into a guy's house and he helps you out, and there were a couple puzzles, and I thought those were nice. But yeah, it was mostly, I don't want to say it was a visual novel because there was a lot of interaction, but I liked Sunray OS. I thought it was pretty good. I think I would put it in B tier. I don't think it's A. Let's say A tier. Would I put it in A tier? I don't think I would. I thought it was a really good game. I think it's definitely above C tier. And it did, the way it ended was actually quite interesting. The like where it ended up. I know I said I would like be talking spoilers. Sometimes I don't think I need to, but like where it ended up going was kind of neat because it wasn't a happy-go-lucky ending. And I think I did end up having a couple of questions, but nothing like that urgently I needed to know. Just I would have liked a little more information in terms of like I don't know if it was a cult. It was like a government thing about the sun, I think, that you like uncover. That was interesting. It's nothing I need to know, just something I think I would have liked to know, or why they were like doing what they were doing. I don't know either, but I think it did leave itself open to either that's the ending and that's it, or if they ever wanted to make a sequel to expand in that world, I think that could work out very well. So I liked it a lot. I thought it was a good thriller. As I said, there were like some Morse code puzzles I didn't understand. That's what Google's for, and the developer, I think it was the developer, did give you the answer to it. It didn't run too long. I think there was one area where I didn't know what to do. You had to like go near the window, but because it's like it's like at a point you're like, all right, well, I'm done. I'm not doing this anymore. I think you had like found that you got in too deep and you're like, I'm over it. And so you like log off your computer and there's knocking at the door. And I would go and there'd be nothing. And I kept going back and forth and just nothing was happening. You like had to walk over to the window and then the end stuff would happen. And that didn't feel obvious in any way, shape, or form. You would just have to happen to walk through the window. And I think I kind of walked around his apartment, but you had to be in that specific place. But do I have any real... Well, I guess my complaint was everyone just sounded flat in terms of how they typed. But I thought Sunray OS was quite a good little... I'll put it in A tier. I don't think I had many complaints. Yes, they sounded flat, but as I said, because of the type of game it was, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, because there's no need for them to like go into who each character was. That's not what it was about. It did feel a little odd that it was a modern day whatever and like no one was lol or BRB or whatever. Just, you know, I've been online a long time. It just felt odd. But I did very much enjoy it. It felt like it did exactly what it wanted to. It told an interesting story, and it ended in a way where it could do a sequel if they wanted to and give more information about it, because I actually would be interested if they did. Even if I'd been streaming for like the past 2 weeks, I think I would still be so like not out of breath, because I'm not out of breath, just, you know, my throat. But anyway, 7 games to go. Let's do it. Clover Pit, gambling game. Let's go gambling. I played it. I played the demo. I don't remember how I think I just saw it on Steam and I was like, oh, let's play this demo. And then it was like at the next Steam Next Fest, whichever one's coming up after it. I had already played it, but it was good. You're stuck in a room and you go gambling. I did look up and I might play it again and go for the true ending, because I don't know how I ran it, because I wasn't even looking it up. But I might play one more time and go for the true ending, not the normal. And we'll see. We'll see. Because I was saying to my sister, like, I think I'm going to need to play something a little more chill when I finish 9 Souls. So maybe we'll go for the true ending in Clover Pit. But I really enjoyed it. I thought, like, all the different combinations you could make, the different choices you could make to get higher score, I generally, honestly, just went with one specific build, if I could get to it. I tried other things, but I generally, like, you get all the cats, and there's, I think the cigarettes helped, I don't remember. And, that helped out a lot. The cigarettes, they've since patched, and, like, now you do the cigarettes. I don't remember what they did. I remember them being quite helpful. But I think you would get something, and then it would restock the shop, but they made it so it didn't restock the shop, so they're not as OP as they were, but I understand why they did it. You know what I mean? I know I usually bitch about like, oh my god, when Cult of the Lamb nerfed the cloak that increased your attack, the caveat being like it resets every time you got hit. I didn't think they needed to nerf it because I don't know. I understand why the cigarettes were nerfed. The whole cloak, which increases your attack as long as you don't get hit, they could have left alone. But Clover Pit was pretty good. I'm not a gambling woman. It's just I don't think I have the brain wiring where gambling seems attractive. But that said, I think it is a little fun if it's in a video game because I'm not out anything, and it's still not something I think I could become addicted on, but like I kind of get it, you know what I mean? But Clover Pit was really good. Great sound effects when you're like if you lose, you drop off into like a pit, your bones crack. And I don't know if it's like they get someone new or if they revive you, but you're like always in this spiral of you're stuck in the addiction of gambling, and you know, you have to keep gambling, you have to keep winning, otherwise you will know this disgusting, horrible, visceral pain. I don't know. They don't need to answer it. Doesn't matter. I have no idea. Banger soundtrack. At the end, I don't know if there's a different, like, song that plays if you get the true ending, but banger soundtrack. I danced the whole time the credits rolled, and then I needed a nap. But it was good. I really enjoyed it. I mean, I like roguelikes, first of all. Roguelites? I always get the two mixed up. Anyway, I like those types of games. So I really enjoyed Clover Pit, even though I don't gamble. As I said, I've played cards with friends at a show, and that was fun, but it's more about like just playing cards with friends and shooting the shit and like just throwing a couple bucks in. And then did I gamble when I was I technically wasn't old enough. I might have, who knows? I'm not a gambling person though, but I think Clover Pit was real. I'd put it in A tier. I don't think it's S tier. I haven't gone back since. But I think it's a lot of fun. I don't think I really have complaints. Like, there's little memory cards, which are little challenges to, like, make the game difficult, or you gotta play a certain way, or some things. Not for me, but, you know, it changes the game up for people who want that kind of challenge. I think that's nice. I think the only thing is that it doesn't always feel obvious how you're supposed to actually get to the ending. America's roguelites get easier over time with upgrades and perma buffs. Roguelikes are just around the suffering resets every. Okay, you know what? As I said, I was like, I think roguelites are the ones that like you do kind of keep growing through it, but I just want to cover myself in case someone like monstrously types on the keyboard because I didn't say the right thing. I try not to let the naysayers get to me, but clearly sometimes they get to me. But yeah, I do like, yeah, and I guess that's the roguelite, because you keep like unlocking different items. Yeah, so not S tier, again, my own opinion, but no real complaints other than to actually get to the ending, it doesn't quite I thought I was doing something the right way, because like you have to get all the bones, but then I think you had to, I don't remember. I just remember having to Google it because I did not understand what I was doing wrong. Oh, the bone part things. I don't think it would have occurred to me, like, put all the bone parts on the little gambling machine to actually open the door. That's really it. I don't think I would knock it down to B for that. Because it's not even about, it's about the journey, not the destination, and I did actually really enjoy that game a lot, even though I haven't played it's Binding of Isaac, you know? That's why Isaac's S tier. A game I would probably keep, even though Pizza Express, No, Pizza Express I still feel good about, because even though I'm not playing it right now, I remember when I first played the game, like, I was playing a lot of it. But Clover Pit, just, I don't know. I streamed it, I finished it, and I haven't gone back. Pit My Dice, I've played a lot of. Stardew Valley, I've played a lot of. Pizza Express, I've got a good amount of time, and not like hundreds of hours, but like decent. You have to rank your S tier. Wait, what do you mean rank the S tier games? Like from first to last? Sorry, I had a flashback to my emo years. Story of F. That's actually one I don't feel bad putting in F. You know why? It was cute, but like, Binding of Isaac, easy. Binding of Isaac's the best one of S tier. Honestly, Pizza Express would probably be the lowest in S tier, because I don't think, yeah, none of these would be. I think Pizza Express, it would be Binding of Isaac, Stardew Valley, Pit My Dice, then Pizza Express. So, Story of Seasons, it was cute, but with the exception, I forget his name. He dresses he's a very camp character, but I don't remember his name. I thought all the villagers are boring. Even though I chose What's-His-Face as the husbando, it's only because he's the only one I thought looked good. But even he was boring. He kept yapping about the same shit. And I know, like, even in Stardew Valley, which I did give S tier, I know there's a point in which they kind of say the same thing, but they also felt very charming. Yes, I know you can befriend all of them and you kind of learn about them, but the road to learning more about them was very boring. I worked a lot on my farm because I thought that's how you progress the story. It's not. You have to like do stuff for the village. Why do I care though? That's the thing. They didn't do anything to make me care about the city or the people in it. So like the fishing, I enjoyed. The farming, it was fine. The mines were pretty boring, I'm gonna be honest. The working towards like the farm it gave me something to do. I did enjoy my time though. I did with all games, right? You start it and you're like, oh, this is enjoyable, but like as time went on, the veneer wore off and it was just really husky. It's not that memorable. All the characters could be the same. Practically are. I didn't care about any of them. I don't feel bad giving it F tier. Because, like, the thing is, I actually don't know where I'd put any of them if F wasn't designated for games I never finished. But all these, I kind of feel bad about. Maybe not Ender Lilies. I don't know why. But, like, even 24 Killers, despite the huge grind, I thought there was a lot of good to it. Well, no. Even Ender Lilies, as I said, was, like, a beautiful-looking game. And the story was fine from what I remember, but, like, it's been too long, and I've since played other games. And even Super Meat Boy, even though it was not for me, I definitely could understand the appeal. But Story of Seasons is, like, cute, but it doesn't really have a heart. So, not that good. I haven't played all the Story of Seasons / Harvest Moon games, but like I was kind of looking into it. A lot of people kind of like it's not that good. So, Fallout London, C tier. It was. It's not even about being hard, but it was very hard, obviously, because you start off, you do 30% less damage because you were a test tube guy for so long, and then you took 30% more damage, I believe, because you were in a train crash. So I set it to easy mode, but enemies felt very spongy. And I mean, they felt pretty strong because you had some handicaps to you when you first start off a game, right? But they still felt very spongy, even on easy mode. I think at first it felt interesting. The factions were kind of whatever, but I think the problem is that there's not a lot of reason to care about these factions. There's the fish people, the Thames folk. And apparently, like, you find out, which I never did because I went to the canned food factory, found the dog, and left. Apparently, they're being taken and put into the dog food, I think. And also the reason you get addicted to dog food is because it's laced with cocaine, is what I've read. Anyway, Thames folk, they were fine, I guess. But yeah, none of the factions, like, you kind of learn a little bit, but not really. Like, I forgot what they were called. It has, the guy that I was saying reminded me of Peaky Blinders. The Peaky Blinders faction, I didn't care. I remember the leader was an asshole, and I was like, oh, well, he's an asshole, but, like, so much happened to him, so there's a reason he's like that. I don't care. Like, I'm sorry bad things happened to him, or his parents died, or whatever. That's not really an excuse to just be a dick to everyone. I'll say it. I was, well, not, yeah, amused. I did have fun, right? Kind of exploring, but I think part of my problem, thank God you can use console commands, is that there were so many areas blocked off for no reason. Like, you'd go down an alleyway and then it's just blocked off and you have to go all the way back. And getting to certain areas, I just used console commands because I could not figure out, because there was so much blocked off. The areas were so confusing. I don't know why they were blocked off. If it was like a handful of times, maybe. Because I think if I remember in Fallout 4, yeah, in Fallout 4, I think there were a couple of times some areas were blocked off, but not really, because clearly I don't remember. But, like, it felt like there were many times I just would go, something blocked off, like, I don't know how I'm supposed to get here, and I would use console commands to, like, turn off collision so I could just, like, fly off and get there. That became so not fun. It felt like there were a lot of big areas that just... you could explore them and they were fine, but there was like... there were a lot of areas that were just kind of big, but not worth it to explore. And a lot of the characters... no, some of them I really liked. I was gonna say a lot of them I didn't like. Clearly, I liked Arthur Mountbatten, the ghoul I mentioned. Like, I found him and I was like, oh my god, it's a ghoul. I must bring him with me. I liked Churchill, but, like, it's hard to dislike the dog characters in any game unless they're talking dogs and they're obnoxious. I liked some of the people in the church area. But then there was, like, Archie, whose voice acting was actually quite distracting. It was supposed to be, like, either a preteen or, like, a teenage boy, but it was clearly a woman doing the voice acting, but, like, not so well. And I'd even said then, I remember, like, Tara Strong did the voice of Timmy Turner, but it still sounded like a 10-year-old boy to an extent, I think. I don't remember, but whatever. I never listened and thought, oh my god, it's a middle-aged woman. Maybe not middle-aged, that's being a little harsh. But, you know, a grown woman doing the voice, I never thought that. I think Tommy Pickles was also voiced by, like, a woman, but I never... and to be fair, I was a kid, but still looking back, even though I know it, I don't think about it, if that makes sense. The voice acting was fine, but to be fair, I also am not from the UK, so I can't really comment, because I did see a few people being like, it sounds like Americans trying to do British accents, which, you know what? I don't know if that's true, but that's fair, because I know I've like watched streams, or I've watched like videos where like, it's never been a guy. I'm not saying that, but like it's always been women I've heard do it, so that's whatever. Anyway, so they'd be talking normally, and then all of a sudden they would start doing a British accent, and then they would like somehow, oh my god, why am I suddenly doing a British accent? And then they would somehow go in more into it, which would make it worse. And I always think like, stop doing a British accent, it sounds so bad, especially because there's so many different accents, because just like there's so many little areas of the UK. So to be fair, British people doing American accents are also awkward. So, and it could be the same thing, like, because there's so many different accents around America, there's just so many different accents in the UK. But a lot of the factions, you don't get a lot of information about them. If you get them through quests, I don't know. I did the whole, like, I think a lot of the quests for Camelot. I did a lot, but I, like, we're a democracy, we're gonna let everyone decide. Like, that's fine, but other than that, don't know anything about them, and I feel like that's not so good. I think when you go to Arthur, he does kind of explain a little bit of something, but at that point, you've already decided to go with Camelot, and it's too little too late, and I still can't say I know anything about them. I think the other two main factions are probably roughly the same thing. So I felt like you're making these big decisions, but they don't do a lot to fill you in on the things that matter. As I said, I did actually really appreciate a lot of the information you get from the computers, just about like the little things going on nearby. I thought that was well done, but I always enjoy that. As I said, it's like a little slice of world building that you don't need to read. I enjoy it though. So that was fine, but it's like the world building for the shit that matters just never felt all that well explained. Fighting felt like a slog, to be quite honest. Exploring was hit or miss, but after some point it felt more miss. I was fast traveling a lot because there was a point where I don't think I cared to explore again, because it felt like 9 times out of 10 things were blocked off. Also, a lot of NPCs just, you couldn't talk to many people. They'd have like their default one-liner, but you couldn't talk to people until you actually had to talk to them. Like, I think I found, I want to say it was an area where plays went on. A lot of the gentry were there, and there was one that looked very important, but when you go to talk to him, he like doesn't talk to you, and that felt really odd. You couldn't really ask questions pertaining to anything that mattered, and I thought that was a big mistake, because even if you don't know what people are talking about at the time, it does kind of stick with you, and then you're like, oh, that makes sense, right? Or they do give you context. I feel like in some ways you didn't get context. You didn't really know what a lot of factions stood for. Again, enemies felt spongy. And some areas felt kind of empty, to be quite honest. Like the Thames Haven was big and mazy, and it felt really filled up, but filled with people who don't say anything and just are shitty to you, which doesn't help like endear them to you. As I said, in some ways I do understand that humans have been mean to them, and so, but even when you go do all these good things to that for them, they're just still shitting on you. And I still don't understand the point where it's like the one lady who was really messed up in the head, and all everyone ever says about her is she's messed up in the head. I don't know why so many people would listen to her. And when you're asked why would people listen to her when clearly she doesn't have like all her fuses, I don't know. So I think I really enjoyed Fallout London at first, but then it got to a point where I don't know if I even consider them negatives in terms of like affecting my playthrough. But I think some people do super hype it up, right? Because I've said before, even though I know Bethesda makes mistakes and they're not perfect in any way, I think they've been the punching bag for so long. You're like, oh my god, it's so brilliant. It's better than Fallout 4, which any Fallouts, I guess, which is subjective. And I enjoyed Fallout London, but like looking back at it, I think there's a lot of small things that add up. As I said, getting around was definitely a negative, and I did use a lot of console commands because I just didn't feel like waiting around for like an hour trying to figure out what specific path I had to go down to get to where I needed to be, you know? Spongy enemies, uneasy mode. I definitely get like, you know, I think them being spongy, them being very strong, and the fact that you take 30% more damage and you hit for 30% less damage, I understand why, but you just... I think it felt like a pain in the ass. Like, Narim, I talked about, it felt like a really hard game, but I think the thing with that is also, when I was playing it, it was still kind of newish to Steam, so it was buggy. So I like fell through the floor a lot. I'd accidentally end up in areas that were way over leveled for where I was at, but like bugs falling through the ground, all that stuff. I like rage quit and then came back to it. But I think Fallout London could have been way more interesting if they just gave more exposition. You were just kind of... I was going with Camelot because I said I think they're probably the best choice in terms of like just not being literally the worst. Like I was saying with Final Prophet Shop RPG, you would make some decisions and the game would like comment about, oh, you're so bad and ruthless. Oh, that was ruthless and whatever. And there were like some options that I didn't think felt particularly ruthless, but the game decided it was, and they'd comment about it. It's like, shut up. When it feels like sometimes the game tries to make you feel bad about it, that's when it's like, you don't need to give me the riot act. Shut up. Whatever. But the Fallen wasn't trying to do that. It's just, for me, it's just, I didn't want to be evil or mean for no reason. But I can say I even knew what Camelot stood for. What are their morals? What do they, you know, why do they do like the old medieval anything like that, as far as I know? And I clearly didn't do everything. There were a point where like some side quests seemed interesting, some of them were kind of bleh. A lot of the characters were blah. Apparently there were more companions. I never found them, but even like Kiara or whatever was just kind of whatever to me. C tier. Did I enjoy my time with it? Yes. But looking back at it, I wish that they did more, but I think whoever did the writing like wasn't generally a writer and they admitted it or whatever. But I think if you're not generally a writer and you're not used to, I don't know. That's what I heard. But it's clear because they didn't even try to work out like, okay, here's Camelot and here's what they care about and here's why they do blah 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 blah. Like you have all that. You gotta think about it because you know these characters, but other people do not. So you gotta explain it to them or put it in like a they wouldn't have a terminal, but put it in a book or have someone. You can't ask anyone any questions about what they're doing. You're locked in at a certain point, and I think that are they real? No, they're listening. We said at the same time. Jinx. That is true though. There's a YouTuber called George Clarkey, and he was on a show called Strictly Come Dancing. So my mom and I would like watch clips of it because he and his partner like did an amazing job dancing. And then I was on the Instagram, our business's Instagram, and all of a sudden, who shows up in my recommended that has nothing to do with who I generally follow, but George fucking Clarkey. So they're listening. They're all listening. Get lavender mint tea, though. Well, lavender mint tea, but we were talking about lavender matcha. So are they listening? I think they misheard. But yes, they are listening. Yeah, Fallout London, C tier. I think that's fair. Although probably best of the C tier games, let's be real. Oh, is it AI? I think they were listening even before it. Oh no, is it? I don't know. But yeah, they are. It was weird, and I don't mind, but like, you know, it was weird. Especially because it wasn't like, it was a phone we specifically used for business. So it's not like I was looking anyone up that would have just related, but no, they're definitely listening. I hate it. But then sometimes it's useful, but mostly it's weird. All right, last four. I even said, I'm like, oh, the stream's not going to be a full stream. And then Mark, you're like, oh, it's not going to be a full stream. That's what I'm saying. You didn't look it up yourself, because when just Hero was talking about it, you're like, oh, it sounds like perfume. Ugh. Moonlighter. Should we speedrun this? I haven't been trying to speedrun, but damn, it was only 35 games. Although when I did the Husbando tier, that was actually a few hours. But I think I didn't talk about, like, anything going about them. I feel like with this, I have to give context and why I'm giving it such a good or bad grade. Anyway, Moonlighter. B tier. Nope, B tier. I liked it. I thought the art style was cute. The music wasn't anything memorable. Maybe the Rhinoka theme song. The UI for the armor, I think they could have done the UI a little better because I just didn't realize. And it could have been me. I know there's like little arrows and stuff, but I think you like... whatever. But... I think I played it on easy mode, to be fair. I think because I wanted to like reacquaint myself with the story before Moonlighter 2. It still felt... No, the fourth dungeon sucked. Like, all the dungeons I thought were generally fine. Sometimes they felt a bit difficult, but like nothing that I felt was too horrible. But that fourth dungeon just did not feel good in any way, shape, or form. The boss and I think I joked like, wait until the fourth dungeon is like kicks my ass, but then I take out the boss relatively easily, which I did, again, easy mode, but whatever. Is it A tier? I don't think so. I liked it. I liked the selling aspect. The price guessing was all right. Probably the worst part in my not like the shopkeeping itself. Definitely mild better than the pricing of Moonlighter 2, again, because like at least you have a starting whatever. But B, I don't know, I feel like I don't have much to say about it. I enjoyed it. It was a good time. It was kind of chill, right? Like it was vaguely roguelite-y, but also not really at the same time. There was a bit of a story. You could read through all of Crazy Pete's diaries. I will say, though, that I never really had much reason to really talk to anyone in the town other than like the blacksmith, but I felt like there was this town of people, but they weren't particularly interesting. Tomo I only talked to because, I don't know, she was nice, but that's it. Like, it's you, and it's, I forgot the name of the old man who yells at you and screams at you because you shouldn't risk your life, but also you have this store, sell at the store, except the problem is the way to get shit out the store is to go and, it was stupid. It was stupid. This guy keeps yelling at me, but it's like, what do you want me to do, brother? I need to get items for my store. They keep telling me just stay at your store and sell shit, but how am I supposed to sell shit if I don't want... It was stupid. It was stupid. I don't know why he was yelling. I know he yelled because he cared, but it was really annoying because there was really nothing to make me care about that old man. He kind of was the... No, you know why? He wasn't even like back in my day, and he wasn't calling young people lazy. But, like, I understood his point, but there was nothing to make me be like, why should I care what this guy says other than apparently he cares, but it was annoying. Simple story, simple gameplay. Yeah, I think B tier is fine. You know, I think I'm gonna put Moonlighter. Yeah, B tier. I'm trying to think. I'm like, I don't think I actually really touched it again after I beat it the first time, and I haven't touched Moonlighter since. And apparently, there's DLC where if you get it, it like stops you from getting certain achievements. I don't know why, but that's what I've heard, is like, even though the game's been out forever, the devs never went back to fix the problem. Because I thought of getting the DLC because it's like $1, but if it's gonna stop me from getting achievements, which I don't know if I'll get them anyway. But Moonlighter was fine. I wish they had done a bit more with Renoka, especially because, oops. Because in Moonlighter 2, Tomo goes on and on and on and on and on about like, I miss Renoka, I miss Renoka. Why isn't anyone else thinking about I was in Renoka, but like, why do I care about Renoka? It was painfully average. It was very green, which, whatever. But that's it. Like, she doesn't even talk about why she loves Renoka so much, which I was thinking about because, you know, we still got challenges to do once the game's completed. But she like goes on and on about Renoka and how it's their home and all that. But as a character, Tomo really, I wish they would do more in terms of like all of them sitting together and talking about good times and why they miss Renoka, and not just like, well, it's our home and I miss it, which I understand because she's saying she misses it, but there's nothing to really solidify her love of Renoka. You know what I mean? I think I'll put yeah, I think I'll put Moonlighter 2 in B tier as well. I don't think it's quite C tier, although I will say that the store is worse, in my opinion, again, because it's the guessing game, but way worse because there's like really no minimum to work off of in your book. So you're just kind of guessing, and apparently not even the pricing is in any kind of order, so that makes it hard as well. You can have something that's like $2,000 and the next one you can sell for like $1,600. And it becomes painful. I didn't love it in Moonlighter, but like after selling a few items, I felt like it was really easy to figure out what would sell for what because it was like in a nice orderly fashion. Moonlighter 2, the selling in the demo is what got me really excited, other than it's more Moonlighter. But the fact that I didn't have to do any of the guesswork and I just plonk something down and it just sells, that was really great. Not everyone loved it, but it feels like it's kind of 50-50. Some people really loved it, some people did not. And I don't like the guessing game of it. I detest, now that I've sold so much, I get it now. But oh my god, it's I'm not looking forward. No, well, we'll see. But maybe it That's how I haven't thought of it, because I'm thinking, do I put it down in C tier? Because, like, the gallery level, or the gallery area, I like. It doesn't feel like it's too long because the enemies don't feel particularly spongy, and it doesn't feel like the enemies, there's like a million enemies thrown at you. But the very first area, I forgot, the Kalika maybe? It just feels like it's super duper long. It feels like they're just inundating you with enemies. And by the time you get to the boss, you just want to go home. It doesn't feel good. And the bosses all suck. The best one was probably at Aeoli Fields. Both bosses, they weren't too bad, but like, they weren't great either. I'm gonna put it in C tier. That might change in the future when the game's completed, but like, the bosses aren't particularly fun, which bosses don't have to be fun, but they're also very sloggy. They all have the same, you gotta hit the shield off of us. That's not fun. One boss having it, fine. All the bosses having it, why? It doesn't feel good. Apparently Tyke, I was trying to fight him and I said, I think he's broken, and I left because, you know, early access, there's gonna be bugs. Apparently you had to play volleyball with him. I guess he throws something and you have to hit it back. Doesn't feel obvious. He's the other gallery boss, but no, none of the bosses are fun. It feels like it takes a long time to get to any of them. I think the only thing they're good for is like to get the items you need for specific weapons, but I feel like I'm pretty okay with the weapon I use, which is the heavy sword? I don't know, it's a big sword and I feel good about it. And another thing is that the enemy's HP feels like it depends on what weapon you're using. So even though the big sword is a heavy hitter, I think the enemy's HP changes depending on what weapon you're using. So it's like, other than, I guess, the way the weapons work, in terms of like your playstyle, I think I don't know why they chose to do it that way. Like, either make the weapon slower, which would make sense. I said it was surprising I like the big sword, because I generally don't like weapons when they're slow. I don't care if they're the strongest. If they're slow, I'm not about them. The speed on that one feels fine, but it does feel weird that the enemy's HP, it just changes. Not the end of the world, it's an odd choice. But simple story, we're kicked out of Renoka. You're in this new area. Tomo is the worst for some reason. Like, I know she misses Renoka, but 9 times out of 10, she's just pretty obnoxious. The old man has really calmed down. Like, it's a little odd how whimsical of a character he seems, considering how he was always screaming at you in the first Moonlighter. But yeah, the store is worse. Not as many items, which I guess is fine, but it's in 3D, which I don't mind. I know a lot of people don't like the change in art style, but I don't mind it because I feel like the gameplay feels a lot more fluid because of it. What else? I think C tier for now. I wish the store were better. As I said, I only like it now because I've sold so many items that I don't need to do guesswork anymore, but it feels like it's a constant, they hate it, you go back, I try to underprice by a bit and they still hate it, and it's just, it's worse guesswork than Moonlighter, where I didn't like it either, but I remember saying a lot, I do not like the market portion of the store portion of the game, which would definitely be like a big seller, because I think the only other game I can think of that's similar is like Recetier. But Moonlighter 2, the bosses suck. The areas, with the exception of the gallery, the areas feel too long or just like annoying to deal with and kind of a slog. So Again, it's an early access. So even though I'm giving it a C, that could change in the future. And also speaking of, I think I'm going to wait out until... I think I'm going to wait. I don't think you get a shop game to not have a... Thank you. That's what I wanted to say. Well, I wanted to say like the selling aspect would kind of be the appeal of it. But the selling aspect for me personally in Moonlighter 2 isn't that fun. Like, and you don't get chests. So like, I couldn't just put a bunch of shit away and just keep going through the dungeons, which I liked about the first Moonlighter. You got a lot of space to store your stuff. You don't get a lot of space. Even if you can upgrade the space in the chest, you still don't get a lot of space. So even though I think in a lot of ways Moonlighter 2 is superior to Moonlighter the original, I think there are some things that just the original Moonlighter does better. Like the shop aspect. Because the dungeon's fine. It's like nothing in depth. It doesn't have to be though. But... Oh, and I also missed the little pets that like helped you out, give status ailments, or did like different things. I thought that was fun. And maybe if there were like little pets or something to make the dungeons a little better, it wouldn't be such a problem. But especially in the first area, that one feels like the worst area because of how long it is. And the bosses, on one hand, I don't mind that the bosses you don't have to beat the bosses because that would be a pain in the butt. But yeah, the bosses aren't fun, the dungeons are too long, and the store is not that great. C tier. Even though I still really enjoy it, I think C tier for now. I might move up. But I think did I give it an 8 out of 10? I might have, but thinking about it after the fact, that might be a little too high, but I'm hoping they get their shit together. Fountains. F for fountains. I wanted to like it. I really enjoyed the demo. I don't remember what year I played the demo, but I remember really enjoying it. There were some more NPCs. Even though it couldn't be the first boss, I think I had a good time with it because I didn't know then what I know now. But Fountains was... So Fountains was just okay. But, the pixel art was fine. I actually liked the look of it. The map sucked. The map was even worse. I was gonna say worse, but that's not what I mean. The map was super pixelated. Now it's a pixel art game. It's gonna happen, but it was super pixelated, so you might as well have not given me a map because it felt really hard to figure out the map, to be quite honest, because everything was super pixelated, so it was hard to tell like what was what. The enemies didn't feel good to fight. There were bugs and you had to hit them a bunch to even kill them, and you would think bug enemies... I don't mind if bug enemies are annoying but weak, but they felt annoying, hit you hard, and took a few hits, and they were the equivalent of like bees or whatever. Hitbox was questionable. Like, it took me a while to fight the first boss, but it felt fine. But, you know, I assumed the game would get better, and just, it felt difficult when it didn't have to be. Getting around was kind of a pain in the ass, to be honest. Like, I quit and I not even rage quit, low rage quit. There was a boss. I'm like, okay, well, I can't be the boss yet because it like jumps around and it like telegraphs its attacks, and it's hard to tell when it's gonna hit you. And I would try to roll out of the way and it would still hit me because it would hit my little toe, even though visually it didn't feel like I should have gotten hit, but I would. And so I was like, fine, whatever, I'll just go back and level up. But lo and behold, getting to that stupid boss was a pain in the ass because there's like these flowers that shoot things at you, and there's a bridge, and you only have so long to get through the bridge, and you can dash, but you've got stamina, and you've only got so much stamina as these flowers are constantly attacking. So getting around was a big pain in the ass. And it just felt, I don't mind games that are more difficult. I do like difficult games. I love Neo 2. Neo, I'm having problems with, but whatever. Right? Don't mind difficult games. But it got to a point where it felt like a chore to play. It felt like it was just adding artificial difficulty. Like, there was one boss, he would throw knives at you, and there would be knives where, like, you had to roll out of the way. But, oh, in the middle, there's, like, a big thing of water that you could easily roll into, and you took damage when you would roll into the water. And that was honestly, the difficulty wasn't the boss. Like, he was a little difficult, but it was easy to, like, figure out his patterns. But it was the fucking water you could fall into. And it was little things like that. Like, you could fall into things, there's a million enemies, they all hit really hard, and it never felt like you were, like, I don't want to say better than them, but like some games you feel weak, you get your ass handed to you, and then you play for a certain amount of time and you feel like, okay, I can do this, I'm way stronger, and like it feels good. That game didn't have that. I never felt like I was stronger. I never felt like I could do really anything. Like, yes, you get better, and games to a point are like skill-based. But there should be like a point in a game like that, maybe, I don't know, where like you feel like, okay, I've got this, and I never felt like I got it, and the hitbox felt wonky, and it felt like bashing your head against a wall until you bash your head at a very, very specific angle. Like 42 degrees can't bash it, but if you get 42.4 degrees, you've got it. That's what it felt like. So I wanted to love it, but it just felt very frustrating to play. It never felt like you got better to an extent, because it felt like there were also 3 things it threw at you to like make things harder, just in case maybe you felt like things were going well. So F tier. I didn't end up loving it. It was all right. I was honestly well, I wasn't bummed, but they had a fishing mini game. I enjoyed that. That was probably the most enjoyment I had out of the game, is that there was fishing, and I enjoyed the way the fishing was, because there were little shadows, and the shadow had to be under your little bobber before you could catch it. And it was simple, because then you just press the button and you have the fish, but it wasn't hard. It was simple, but you had to like be paying attention. So I liked it. I liked the fishing, but it was generally a frustrating game to play, and it never got to a point where it felt less frustrating. I played for a few hours, and it just, I didn't want to play anymore. So, last but not least, 9 Souls, which I'm still in the middle of, but I technically still played it this year, so I added it in, because it's a beautiful game. Like, artistically, gorgeous. The animations are so smooth and so good. So far, I enjoy the story. Sean, and what was the name? Dendel, maybe? Like he looks kind of like a demon. They call him ape men. They don't even look like apes in my opinion. I don't know if there's like a point, because I know like you get to a point where the ape men are basically get sacrificed every year, and they turn into these like mindless husks that are enslaved by the Solarians to do the work, because that's how the Solarians survive. Ad? What do you mean ad? Oh, did you get it? Might be. But yeah, I don't know if you find out more about the ape men later, but it does feel weird that they're called that. And it's kind of it's an open, I don't know, but like it's another game where you decide where you want to go when. Like, technically the first boss, I still haven't beaten him because first boss 2 phases. That's rude. And I guess technically he's not the first boss because you're running an ad for... No. Oh, I understand. Okay. I guess to be fair, if he had an ad, you wouldn't know. It's a good game. It's a good game. I like it. But, it's a game I played in 2025. It counts. We're almost there, and then I can have some sushi. Because I'm having sushi for dinner. The sushi place is not usually open on Wednesdays, but because it's New Year's Eve, they're open on Wednesdays, so we can have sushi. Not so we can have sushi, but you know what I mean? They're capitalizing on the fact that people are gonna want, like, sushi on New Year's Eve. Anyway. Yeah, so I like it. There's still more to figure out. Like, there was the one boss, I forgot her name. Like, the Solarian. She grew up poor, sad, and alone. Became a farmer. And even though she's like, even says she finds no problem, like, enslaving the ape men, because the main character, whose name I forgot, sorry man, Yi. You should, oh, what are you having? What are you having? He's been like, who are you to decide what happens? So even though she, like, had no problem enslaving them, honestly, it was the two little, like, husks that clearly love her. Like, they're kids, and she's like, you know, if you work really well, I think she said she would feed them more or something. So I think, even though she's clearly not a good character, I did say I do appreciate that they give you a glimpse of, like, the bosses, why they were doing what they were doing. So, like, I thought, like, you know, even though what she's doing is bad, I do appreciate that, like, clearly she did care for these two specifically. Why? I don't know. I don't need to know. But, like, they clearly latched onto her because, she you know, like, I like it a lot. There's, like, little things you can do. You can give Sean toys and, like, other things because he's like, oh, I think he'll like it. Although it's weird because then you give him the items and Yi gets really fucking weird about it. Like, maybe I shouldn't give them to you, but he says that right as he gives them to Sean. So I think it's kind of an annoying thing where he talks himself out of it right as he's right there doing it. And it's kind of annoying, to be quite honest, but I digress. Beautiful art. Beautiful animations, a hard game. I won't lie. I spend too long trying to work up to a boss because just they're hard. But I haven't rage quit yet because even though the bosses are hard, it doesn't feel like it's a slug and it doesn't feel like it's a pain in the ass to go through. Some levels do feel like a pain in the ass. The one where there's, like, the acid whatever energy field, I'm not looking forward to, and I'm probably gonna save that area for last. But I think they do a good job with, like, the characters. The little sister, I'm not sure how I feel about her. She kind of has a chosen one kind of background where I guess she talks to the flowers and the nature and everything. And Yi is also kind of annoying. He's like, oh, they're not talking to you. And so she's like, okay, well, I just stopped talking about it because he was fucking obnoxious about it. I think she's the one who pushed him in the pit at the beginning because they do show, like, a lady in a veil. I think it was her, I'm gonna be honest, but I don't know because she does keep, like, getting into, I don't know, because we haven't finished the game, right? But I appreciate it. It's so pretty. It's fun to play, even though honestly I nearly cried playing it last time. You know, I just enjoy it. I'm gonna say it. We're gonna put 9 stalls. We're gonna put an S tier. I don't know. I think there's a lot of good to it, even though it's really hard, even though it nearly made me cry. even though I actually haven't finished it, can I really judge it even though I haven't finished it? Well, actually I didn't judge these even though I didn't finish it. Oh, Schedule 1 actually should be put in F because I never finished it. I put it in D, but I didn't, yeah. Should Astro Prospector be in there? D. It probably should, because I didn't stick with it. Well, honestly, I did just want to show it off, to be fair. Like, I even said when I played it, I just want to show... Yeah, Astro Prospector, I'm fine, because I did say I'm just gonna kind of play it, but I don't plan on making it like a stream game, like all the others I'd planned for stream games. But Astro Prospector, I'm fine with it there. But Schedule 1, I D-tiered. It should go in F tier, though. There's the list! We did it! But, I mean... Yeah, you know why? So 9 Sols. I feel like I haven't heard anyone really talk about it. So I don't mind it being an ad. I think it's a gorgeous game. I think it's nice to look at. I think it's a very smooth game. I think they do a great job in terms of like making me care about the characters. Although I think Yi and his sister, I don't think they're bad characters, but the sister I'm kind of... Like, she's cute, but I'm also not endeared by her. And I think it's because, like, the whole Chosen One... I don't know if she's the Chosen One, but it feels like she kind of is because nature talks to her and apparently no one else. She's the only one who can hear them. And I think I'm kind of sick of the Chosen One, but no one likes her because... she's weird. And I think that trope is kind of done to death. And unfortunately, like, I don't care for her because it's just such a whatever trope. And Yi is, like, okay. But as I said, the fact that, like, you have these items where it even says, like, you give these to Shonshon. And then as you hand them to Shonshon, you're like, actually, I shouldn't give this to you. It's just... I, the player, am making the decision... Shut the fuck up, Yi. That's it, though. But 9 Sols, maybe it'll change in the future. When I played Tales of Berseria, I think I'd given it like a 6 out of 10 when I first finished it. And then upon, as time passed and I thought more about it, I'd probably actually give it a 4 out of 10 or 3. I don't know. Whatever. But I'm pretty... Oh, it doesn't work. I know why it's not working. I'm pretty happy. Oh, stop. Pretty happy with that. Yeah, where's download? Okay. All right. But yeah, that's the list. Feel pretty good about it. It still looks like a turret gun, but I had a good time. I enjoyed it. I've been gone for a couple weeks. As I said, just a bunch of shit happened with the bakery. And I just needed time. But I think I'll be back on Saturday unless something happens, but I think I should be back and we'll go back to 9 Sols. It might take me some time because I'll definitely have to reacquaint myself with everything because that is like a very skill-based game. Like, yes, there are things that help you out, but like you do need to be good at the game. So unless something comes up, I should be back Saturday. And you know, it's not yet, but I hope everyone, Happy New Year, everyone. 2025, I said it before, like, it's been a hard year for me personally, but like, it hasn't necessarily been a bad year, just like a tough year, I feel like, but streaming has been like a consistent thing for me. Like there've been times I've taken breaks, but you know, you guys have been so great. Thank you for the tier list input. Oh, that would be really funny. Just a picture, no contacts, just Thank you for stopping by. You guys make it better. Like, I would still be streaming, right? Because I have fun. I enjoy it. But you guys make it better. You guys are so fun. Sometimes you guys are funnier than me. But it's been great. You guys just coming in, chilling, chatting, hanging. Just everyone. Lurkers as well. I never call you guys out because you're lurking for a reason. Either you're working or you're doing shit. Who knows? But it's always like thanks to you guys that it's just, it makes it a little better. And here's to 2026. We'll see how it goes. Good or bad. I hope we can all still just do our best. All we can do, right? The best we can do is our best. And what better can you do than not even trying your best? Well, oh my god. Okay. What else can you do but trying your best? I really wanted to say something inspirational. I fucked it up because I'm me. But that's it. That's it. Last stream of the year. I had a good time. Loki was a barky little bear. So, sorry if I was a little off. Just, you know. It happens. He was breaking my train of thought. But, yeah. Thanks so much, everyone, for being here. I had a great time. Here's to more great times. I hope everyone has a really good rest of their night and the rest of the year. And until next time, see ya.